Mayor Douglas, we're now live.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to start by acknowledging we're gathered here today on the traditional lands of the Coast Salish people. And with a quorum being present, I'd like to call this meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the consent agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt the agenda as presented? Moved by Councillor Stash, seconded by Councillor Justice. Any discussion? Councillor Justice?
Just some clarification, Mr. Mayor, that if we pass item 2.1.2 by consent, you will be in fact authorized to write the letter of support for the Cowichan Green community?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Justice. Often with those requests, we would provide it for information, and Council would have to pull it in order to provide the letter of support. But because we have provided several letters of support to the Cowichan Green community for this project in the past, the decision was made to include the staff recommendation in the consent agenda. All right, any further discussion? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the approval of the regular agenda. Could I get a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated, or please let me know if you have any amendments. Councillor Callio, moved. Seconded by Councillor Manhas. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to the mayor's report, and I'll keep this brief because I know we've got a lot on the agenda before us. So I'd like to just provide council with a couple brief updates on some events I've attended since our meeting last week. Last week, Councillors Manhas, Councillor Justice, and our CEO Ted Swaby and myself attended the official opening of Rowing Canada's new docks and shoreline infrastructure at their National Training Centre on the waters of Cowichan Lake. It was a pleasure to join the Rowing Canada CEO Terry Dillon, our Nanaimo North Cowichan MLA Doug Routley, the Cowichan Valley Regional District Chair Aaron Stone, Maple Bay Rowing Club President Susan McDonald, and other dignitaries to celebrate these investments that will improve the accessibility, use, and enjoyment of Cowichan Lake for members of the rowing team, but also for our local community and our visitors. The improved infrastructure will benefit local residents who can use the public access docks to fish and are now better able to launch canoes, kayaks, and other personal watercraft. I'd like to thank Rowing Canada for choosing North Cowichan as their new home and for their ongoing partnership with our municipality and with the broader community. On Monday, Councillor Justice and I joined more than 4,000 other people from across the community for the Every Child Matters March, held to recognize the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I was glad to see so many people out wearing their orange shirts and walking from the CM Leland soccer fields and through the city of Duncan to honor all the children who never return home and the survivors of the residential schools and their families. I'd like to take a moment to thank all the organizers, including Audrey George of McCullough Housing Society, for all their hard work in coordinating this important event. And that concludes my mayor's report. We'll now move on to delegations. We have one delegation for this council meeting, and that is from Nancy Dower regarding a noise bylaw. So Ms. Dower, I'd like to invite you up to the lectern to start with your presentation. And as I know you're aware, we have a 10-minute limit on delegations, but additional time afterwards for questions from council.
Get the technology set first. Now, as far as advancing slides, I push the arrow that goes to the right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Douglas and Council, for considering the urgent need for a robust noise bylaw. First off, let me remind you, or perhaps introduce you, to rapid impact compaction noise that was experienced in Kingsview. It's not working. Oh, there we go. Our community endured and suffered from this noise for months in 2021. So here it is, and thanks to Karen Harrison for this recording. You might say go inside. Well, okay, but you can't get away from it. I'm afraid this isn't picking up too well. Okay. People were unable to Zoom in their homes, attend business meetings, or use recording studios. Short-term rentals dried up. House guests stayed away, and shift workers were unable to sleep. Why is this important? Sorry, frustrated by technology here. Is there a reason that's not working?
If you press the enter key on the,
This one? Oh, finally. All right, sorry. The upper phase of this Kingsview development is due to be developed soon. There's a similar size of unstable area as was dealt with in the months of 2021, according to Dave Conway, the Director of Engineering. And I've heard from the project manager, the Vesta project manager, that they plan to go ahead with this development starting in the spring of 2024. So we need protection urgently with a robust noise bylaw. So please make this a priority. On this slide, I hope you can see the scale for decibels at the bottom, is some technical information. The scale quantifies noise on anywhere from 10 decibels, which is the sound of breathing, all the way up to the explosive, impactful sound of fireworks at 140 decibels. What's important to note in this scale is that a jump from 50 to 60 decibels is actually a doubling in the sound. And going from 50 to 60 is a further doubling of the sound. And I think it's also important to note that above critical levels, people's hearing is damaged. There's loss of the hair cells, sensory cells in the cochlea, with the net result of permanent hearing loss. We're not dealing with sound in those levels in this particular discussion. But in addition to noise of a certain level, 50 to 55 is considered a nuisance. Noise is defined as unwanted sound. So when you're at an annoyance level of 50 to 55, you're in the range of a moderate rain or conversation. We all know that a dripping tap does not have to be loud to be annoying. So the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health and Safety has noted that there are other aspects of noise rather than just the magnitude that are important. Things such as the frequency spectrum, the time course duration, the sound level rise time, whether it's predictable or not, how complex the noise is, and then the individual perception of noise as an irritant. There are good studies that have been done on non-auditory effects of noise. Especially a good one was published in Lancet by Banser, and this is the world's highest impact medical journal for over 150 years. We know that physiological stress response to annoying noise increases risk of hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and stroke, probably through the release of stress hormones and activation of the autonomic nervous system. Annoyance leads to stress, leads to disease. Sleep disturbance is a given. Shift workers are interrupted by noise at levels that you can't imagine. Most interestingly is the impairment of cognitive function that's being described in children. So one paper from 1970s looked at children in a school where they had paired classrooms, grade ones, one side of the school affected by frequent, loud railway noise, the other unaffected. And there were clear differences in the reading ability of the children in these two classrooms. I'll let you guess which one was affected the most. Munich Airport was moved, and a school next to it had very low scores prior to the move, but afterwards these improved remarkably. But unfortunately, a school near the new site of the Munich Airport suffered correspondingly. Then the question comes up, is there a potential for legal action? Jan van den Bos explored this option in 2021. And my question is, what is the municipality's role? Does it owe its residents peaceful enjoyment of their properties? It's easy to find articles that explore culpability. Our current bylaw says that no person shall make any noise that disturbs the quiet, peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, and convenience of any person or persons in the neighborhood. But if it's between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. on Monday to Saturday, or 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Sundays, no restrictions. So as you move forward on the implementation of the 2022 official community plan, please note that section 6.2 recognizes the negative health impacts of noise and states that efforts will be made to prevent the creation of new sources of noise pollution and to identify and mitigate the impact of current sources. So we need a robust noise law protecting us as soon as possible with the spring deadline hanging over us. Other bylaws could be used as templates to help speed this process. There are good ones out there. We might consider using one from North Okanagan in British Columbia. And then the question comes up, what about rapid impact compaction? There are other methods for stabilizing ground. In Richmond, they use the ziggurats, which are by contour resembling ancient Babylonian buildings, hence the name. They use static compression to stabilize the ground. So we're faced with the rapid impact compaction. I'll briefly treat you to that noise again, driving us insane. Or you guys could act on this, create a new bylaw that would turn our mental health from screaming and hair pulling to sleep peacefully in our homes. At this point, I've finished most of my presentation. I'd like to thank a number of people who contributed. Cynthia, Steve, Jan, Jeremy, Isabel, Allison. I also like to credit the painting to my daughter, Catherine Stone. This is my grandson who does live in the area. So this is what we face, and I hope you will consider moving this up in priority on your agenda of things to do out of the OCP. Okay. Now, I have finished early in part because we have Wilhelmina Williams here with us tonight, and she's going to give us, she's an elder with the Cowichan Band, and she's going to give us her view on noise in the community. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Ms. Dower. We're coming up on the 10-minute limit, so I'm just gonna ask council if we can waive the 10-minute limit. Moved by Councilor Toporowski, second by Councilor Justice. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carried.
Hi, Nancy, and I squall. You went to that eatala. Hi, chap, got skip eat and now I'm speaking my language now, my halkameetnam. I'm hoping that you don't understand what I said unless I told you. Now I'm hoping you understand Nancy's request on what she's asking for. And it's very, very critical that understanding be there. And you huyanam, listen. A lot of these things that I've gone to have been listened to and shelved too many times. And there are so many people, people out there that are motivated, so many people out there that are enthusiastic about other people's lives. I really have to talk about what one of my friends brought me up to Lois Lake yesterday. Beautiful, beautiful area. And I can't imagine being up there. I think I could relax. I haven't been able to relax for the last 14 years. And up there, I think I could do it. And I think a lot of people maybe should go and have a meeting up there and understand what that quietness, what that serenity is all about. And how easily we lose that serenity and that quietness because of technology. And I have to say, you know, we do need technology, but to a point we need technology. And so we just have to look at things what we are grateful for, and really what have our people lost. With some of the meetings that I've gone to, there's lack of understanding. What are we really here for? Do we trust? Do we have any more trust in anybody? And I know that each and every one of you is listening, but again, what do we do with that words that are laid here tonight? So I'm here to call. I'm here to speak up for those that are feeling hopeless and those that are feeling powerless. Again, I don't know. We have the enthusiasm of the people to really look at the comfort and the willingness to that we do need to have change, but sometimes change is very hard to come by, and I really thank each and every one of you for huyanam for me tonight. Hi Chapka.
Thank you.
That I have some copies of letters who have opinions about creating a noise bylaw. There's 8 of them, three different letters themselves. But anyway, thank you.
I'll now turn to council, ask if there are any questions for the delegation. All right. Well, thanks to, Councillor Justice.
Pretty interesting point that you made in the written submission that I think you said it as well, with respect to the changing patterns of work, and that noise bylaws were probably developed in an era where the majority of people left their homes and weren't there during those daylight hours. So this, I guess, as this becomes less true, as people start working at home and the work patterns change, it's probably a good reason to have another look at an old-fashioned bylaw. But Dr. Dower, your expertise is in health, and you're both a researcher and a practitioner, and you obviously had a close look at at some of the scientific literature on the relationship of noise and health. And I wonder if you in that searching, whether you found any summary articles or literature reviews on the subject of all those aspects of noise and health outcomes that would be useful for a council to have a look at.
Yes, I did a dive into the literature, and one of the articles I did mention, it's the one published in Lancet, Auditory and Non-Auditory Effects of Noise on Health, and it's a summary paper that has a number of authors, doctors from Philadelphia, from Germany, from London, Switzerland, London again, Netherlands, and it is a very good review paper with lots of references to noise. It does unfortunately date from 2014, but I don't think that what they knew then has disappeared.
Right.
If anything, it's being built upon. And I do like this article because it lays it all out in a very easily understood way. Right. So I would say that one is. I can send you the reference by email. That would be great.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from council? I had a couple myself, Ms. Dower, with regards to the presentation. One was you mentioned that it's not, the issue isn't always the volume of noise, but it can also be the type of noise, and I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that point a bit.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question.
In your presentation, you mentioned that in some cases the issue isn't necessarily the volume of noise, but it can be the type of noise. I wonder if you could elaborate on that point a bit.
Okay, I did mention dripping tap. That's not a loud noise. Everyone's had that at some point in their lives. A lot of that is difficult to define, or probably even to put in a bylaw, because it so much depends on the personal perception of the offending sound. But I think those are things that do need to be considered. I don't know how you would incorporate outrage from a neighborhood. It's like if 10 people complain, is that the threshold? I think we need to look further into that and find some way of not just purely relying on maximum levels or above 50 to 55 decibels as being an irritant. I am not a noise expert. I'm dipping my toe in this subject as need be.
Okay, thank you. All right, then, well, that concludes the delegation. We'll now move on to public input on agenda items. Typically, we allow a maximum of 5 speakers, 3 minutes each, but I'm going to ask council if we can waive that requirement to allow the all those who signed up a chance to speak at today's public input session. Moved by Councillor Manhas, seconded by Councillor Justice. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carried. I'll now invite up the first speaker, but just to stress a few points here. I know there's certain issues on the agenda this evening that we're all very, many of us are very passionate about. And we just ask everyone to keep your comments respectful to one another and to council. And we do allow maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. And we'll stress again, we've got a long-standing practice here at the municipality and the council chambers, no clapping or jeering if you agree with one individual's comments. And the thinking behind that is, if we get a lot of enthusiasm maybe for one speaker, it could intimidate somebody else from getting up and offering another point of view. So on that note, I'll move on to the speakers here. And actually just maybe one other point, I can see that someone came in early and signed up several individuals at once. And I recognize these are all different folks who are going to be speaking on one agenda item. We don't have a rule that one person can't come up and put down a bunch of names, but the intent with our sign-up sheet that each person is going to put their own name down to sign up for this. So I just would encourage folks in the future, if you want to speak to an item, our preference as a council is whoever's going to speak, please write your name down rather than have one person sign everybody up at once, because often times we do stick to the 5-minute speaker max, and you get folks with land use applications who are keen to be able to have that chance to speak before council. So I'll move on now to the first speaker, Joseph Enslow. Mr. Enslow, if you come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
Good evening, council and mayor. Yeah, Joseph Enslow here. I live on Lane Road. Understand we have a little bit of passion in the crowd tonight, so I'll keep mine pretty factual for everybody. I'd like to set the stage a little bit. I know most of the crowd's probably speaking about the upcoming building code, the step code, and the decision to add in the natural gas portion of it. I'd like to ask council a little bit to just consider, why is the natural gas portion added into the request for the step code? My understanding is it doesn't have to be in there. It's not regulated to be in there. There's no demand for it to be in there from our local community. So I'm curious, maybe at some point council could elaborate, were there emails that came in for the last months? Was it a recommendation that came down? It seems to be that it's another one of the situations where something from outside of our community has come in and then asked essentially if they would push that agenda for them. Much like what we saw a few months ago when there was an email from Whistler asking if we would change natural gas to fossil gas, which did not come from our own community. I'd like to direct council also to Canada's energy regulator. If you're not familiar with who that is, that's essentially our regulatory body in Canada that oversees all of our power, whether it's hydroelectricity, natural gas, coal, oil, any of those things. This is the industry, the sector that actually monitors and makes sure that we are on track. Rest assured, for those in the crowd, there is a 2030 and a 2050 agenda, net zero and all of those things. Our regulatory body is very well aware of those goals. Nowhere in their plan is to restrict or limit or deny or anything like that natural gas. Our own Canadian energy regulatory body does not support a step code that removes natural gas. They have their own plans already to work with that, including renewables, and actually have projected BC to outpace Alberta by 2028 on our exports, meaning that our country believes that BC will be a pretty powerful factor in natural gas. what happens in little municipalities like this one is we have the option to say go green or greener, whatever word that you want to use for it. And in our way of showing how progressive that we are, we can optionally impose additional restrictions on residents. Keep in mind that we are looking at building only somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 units in the next coming years. Those are the units and the homes that are going to be 70% or more reconstructed. They will have the building limits on them, but nobody else, which essentially means that we're talking pennies in the multi-billion-dollar industry of power. So I'd just like to kind of set the stage for council a little bit, aside from the hysteria and people talking about their homes blowing up, about natural gas and things. Please keep in mind that our country does have a plan, does not include banning natural gas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Adriana Richards. Ms. Richards, if you could come up to the lectern, state your name and address.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It's Adriana. I'm here representing COPE, which consists of a growing faction of upset constituents. Our membership eclipses other stakeholders. The more you push policies that remove choice and impoverish constituents, the less popular your governing will become. Your job is to serve the residents of North Cowichan, not the corporation that has aligned themselves with meeting United Nations goals or listening to local NGOs that are linked to global NGOs. Thank you to staff for recommending that builders be consulted first. I called builders myself to hear how an agenda backed by small government councillors to help create a monopoly on power for big government would affect them. Here's what I heard. BC Hydro already wavers on whether they have enough power for some current developments. After an application to build has been approved, BC Hydro charges the developer to bring the infrastructure from their substation, which can cost $50,000 per townhouse now. 3 years ago, 2 transformers cost the builder $51,000. 3 years later, it costs the builder $57,000 for 1 transformer. In the words of the developer, BC Hydro is licking its chops at this opportunity. They can continue to raise the prices to the builder, which is then obviously passed along to the owner and renter. They can charge whatever they want with a monopoly on new builds. And he went on to say, North Cowichan does not speak money and are only reversing any possibility of affordable housing when the cost to builders keeps going up. Another builder stated that installing gas appliances cause the properties to be more sought after as buyers are looking to save wherever they can. He also shared that Site C Dam not even being paid for yet, the cost for power could explode in the near future, as could fees to builders. The $17 billion Site C dam that's not up and running, which I may remind you, was fiercely fought against for a number of ethical environmental reasons, from First Nations treaty rights to the largest loss of agricultural productive land, yet is now treated as some power sourced from rainbows and fairy dust. Yet Fortis, who has been asking for years for municipalities to join together and install the infrastructure to turn our waste into renewable energy, is demonized by false studies we debunked the last visit and fear-mongering based on zero facts or science. A circular economy would sure use their waste energy. And how about the provinces working together in lockstep on this attack on natural gas? How is that going to affect the 63 agreements with 29 First Nations in our LNG sector? BC Hydro can say they have the power, but they have yet to produce an actual data to any local governments that detail this ability. From retrofits to all electric car usage that's forthcoming, we want to see the rate implications for this plan before you remove your choice from your constituents. Finally, zero emissions is an oxymoron. It's creating infrastructure and maintaining the infrastructure all take emissions, and suggesting that North Cowichan could somehow change the weather by poverty policies needs to only look to other countries who have already attempted to further this agenda to detrimental ends. I know, as I see it. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, I'd like to now invite Carmen LeBlanc up to the lectern. If you could state your name and address.
Thank you, Chair and Board. My name is Carmen LeBlanc. I live in Saanich. I'm here as Community and Indigenous Relations Manager for Fortis BC. Fortis BC delivers energy to 1.2 million British Columbians, both gas and electricity. We deliver more energy than any utility in the province. We generate and deliver the lowest carbon hydroelectricity and are part of the Fortis Inc. family of companies that generate and deliver electricity to locations throughout North America, including a large solar array in the US. In BC, we also have Fortis BC Alternative Energy Services, a leader in the province's thermal energy industry. Fortis BC is an expert in energy. Long before local governments were declaring climate emergencies, Fortis BC recognized the potential to partner with local governments and others to capture existing methane from biogenic sources like landfill waste, organics, agriculture, and wastewater treatment. This RNG energy is delivered through our existing system to homes and businesses. Our robust electric and gas systems provide critical support for one another on increasingly frequent peak demand days, our coldest and hottest days of the year. Committing to EL4 6 years ahead of the province's recommended timeline would limit one more island community from accessing an existing and reliable energy system when already capable of and delivering low carbon energy. Like other island communities, your council would be deciding this without proof that BC Hydro would be able to deliver sufficient energy to support electrification. You would be doing this before understanding the requirements for infrastructure expansion and the impacts on our hydro rates. To have an immediate impact on emissions reductions without limiting choice or access to energy, your council could support Fortis BC's filing currently before the BCUC. This filing would see 100% RNG delivered to all new homes and accomplish the very same intended emissions reductions as an EL4 level. Your September 26 staff report to Council was thorough and recommended a pragmatic approach to the adoption of the Zero Carbon Step Code at a level of EL2 immediately, then following the recommended timeline. The report also recommended that if the board wanted to consider EL3 or 4, that consultation with local builders and other stakeholders would commence. We encourage you to follow these recommendations of your staff.
Great, thank you. I'd now like to invite Mike Hayhoe to come up to the lectern. Please state your name and address.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. Some of you may know me. My name is Mike Hayhoe. I'm a member of COPE. All members of this council have sworn an oath that each of you was qualified and you would carry out your duties with integrity. You agreed you would be accountable for your individual decisions and actions. After observing this council's actions, many of us in this community question some of the members of this council's intentions.
Let's be careful, Mr. Hayhoe. I'm not going to sit here and have you personally attack members of council, so I'd ask you to keep your comments measured.
It appears you're working lockstep with the World Economic Forum and other NGOs whose intention is to rob us of our freedoms and form a global totalitarian government. A vast majority of your policies put forth by staff mirror policies put forth by other staff in other jurisdictions almost in lockstep. In 2014, the CVRD joined the International Council of Local Environmental Initiatives, which now identifies itself as Local Governments for Sustainability, which pledges allegiance to 3 UN Sustainable Development Goals. ICLEI, established in 1990, quotes, supports Agenda 21 and later Agenda 2030, including the concept of resilient cities introduced in 2002. The recent climate emergency declaration is based on fear-mongering and unscientific hyperbole and triggered initiatives projected to cost us $500 million. The sole scientific basis cited was from the IPCC, a United Nations body that has produced nothing but many flawed models that they have to keep updating. The IPCC report is criticized by thousands of scientists around the world as being unscientific. The term net zero is mentioned in alignment with this step code plan. I question, what does zero mean? Net zero. Achieving net zero does not negate carbon's essential role in life on Earth. The truth is 95.7% of CO2 is produced by nature, not man. Only 4.3% of the less than 0.5% of the CO2 in the environment is caused by man globally. We're here now with far-left NGOs advocating to remove affordable energy in some pipe dream that North Cowichan will somehow change the climate through policies that deteriorate local citizens' way of life and impoverish them further.
Mr. Hayhoe, we're at time.
I knew we would be. I'll carry on next meeting. Thank you.
Thank
for
you.
your time.
Thank you.
Any more questions, anybody?
No, normally this part of the meeting, you provide us with input. We don't ask questions back. Thanks. I'll then move on to the next speaker. Sleeve Lay? Second. Steve, okay, there's no, you didn't cross the T. Thought it was a Steve, but it looks like an L right here. And this, if you could state your name and address of the lectern.
Yeah, Stephen Lay,
Stephen Lay.
Chaplain Street, Crofton. So I wish I could say good afternoon or evening, but while I'm sure the intentions of most in this room are good, the foundational information upon which the dominoes of these policy decisions are being set up is not. I'm not going to speak to that, others have. I'm going to speak of choice. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Words made famous by Janus, written by Chris Christopherson, who was a Rhodes Scholar. Cecil Rhodes made his poisoned fortune in the diamond mines of South Africa. Drawing from the reservation abomination here in Canada, he was instrumental in the establishing the apartheid concentration camp system later used in World War II. Nightmare choices. I can assure you, having been a prisoner of conscience of both politics and poverty, that no one who has nothing calls it freedom. Human freedom is about choice. Many pay lip service to diversity and freedom of choice. I suggest to you that it means more than going on a march or pointing fingers. Be it people or solutions, we need diversity if we are to solve the problems we now face. Having been environmentally aware and a commuter cyclist beginning in the 70s, having built many natural, sustainable structures, including the Cop Popcorn Stand in Stanley Park, working for $500 a week, having poured a house down payment into organic food and alternative healing modalities, having twice run for office with the BC Marijuana Party, as well as supported hemp, as much as possible, I've chosen to put my money where my mouth is and stood on the conscience of my convictions for nature and the downtrodden, often to my detriment. Do I like the realities of fracking? No. Do I like that many have built their fortunes in the oil field and chosen to have left empty poison wells for the taxpayer to clean up? No. Do I like that the average Canadian is on the brink due to the cost of energy? Perhaps least of all. So where's all the electricity to come from? The NDP approved $16.8 billion Site C dam. Yet another example of government policy gone horribly wrong, hugely over budget, not respectful of the First Peoples, and set to flood 128 kilometers of the Peace River Valley, some of Canada's richest farmland. Sounds like another bad choice. With zero accountability, or is it to come from coal-burning plants? John Horgan is now in place to make sure the best choices are made? Right. Why have we not chosen to develop small-scale geothermal throughout the province? All choices. I urge you to consider the danger of limiting choice, particularly in our precarious position. None of these choices come without cost. History shows that limiting choice is a slippery slope. Putting all one's eggs in one basket is rarely a good choice. Someone always pays the price, and it is rarely those who should be held accountable for their choices.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now move on to the next speaker, Paul O'Rourke. Mr. O'Rourke, if you could come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
Paul O'Rourke from Chemainus Road, Chemainus. And I'd like to thank everyone who's turned up here today and all the councillors. I won't be getting so animated as to be pointing at anyone today. This was given to me by a neighbour recently. It's a game. I've covered out the actual word because it's
Mr.
a form
Rourke,
of it.
the purpose of public
purpose-
input is to provide input
Okay.
to us. Like, I appreciate there's a
can see
audience here, but
Do you see that,
they're
sir?
speaking to us, yeah.
Okay. And the reason I'm showing you this, because I think this is the situation that we're in, here in this room right now. I think this expresses very much what's going on. We've got a lot of people who are very, very passionate for very good reasons. And they're coming here to express what they want to see. But my concern is that we don't know. We've got two groups of people all insisting that they've got the facts. And that the other is this word. And I uncovered it because it's for adults. It's a euphemism for not the truth. So how do we deal with this? And how would you, council, deal with this? You go, oh, you're wrong, and it's this and it's this. So here's my suggestion. I just put my glasses on and read my notes. Specifically, Councillor Manhas and others I've seen all around have been asking how much we produce, how much carbon we produce, how many greenhouse gases we produce in North Cowichan, how much impact it's going to have to actually impose this rule. And to date, I don't think anybody's been able to actually say how much we produce, how much we will save, or whether it will make the slightest difference to anybody, anywhere in the world. And I would ask anyone to actually prove any of that. It seems to me a bit of a no-brainer. What we have, it would appear to me, is we have a proposal that no one can show will help, but we can clearly show will harm a lot of people. It's going to be very expensive, if nothing else, to implement, not to mention the very fact that you're asking people to give up something that they want for no reason. I do have a question, specifically. So, if you can't show that it will help, and you can show that it will hurt, who is it benefiting? Who would this policy actually benefit? Because it doesn't seem to me that it will benefit the people of North Cowichan that elected you to represent them. And I think that's a very, very important question. Who actually would benefit from this decision to stop natural gas? Because it doesn't seem to be the people of North Cowichan, and it doesn't seem to be the people of India or China. So I would like to know who we're trying to benefit. So with that said, I think
We're at time, Mr. Rourke.
Oh, okay.
And I'm assuming it was a rhetorical question because it's not question period, but we will be debating that item later on the agenda, so I'm sure
Okay.
you'll hear some more viewpoints on that issue.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
All right, I'd now like to invite Sherry Dodge to come up to the lectern. If you could state your name and address.
Hi, as you stated, my name is Sherry Dodge. I'm from Cobble Hill, Hatch Point Road. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. This is definitely out of my comfort
Ms. Dodge,
zone.
if you could hold on for a sec. Sorry, you want to lift your microphone up just a bit?
Okay. This is definitely out of my comfort zone, but I felt the need to speak. Not many years ago, I sold solar systems, and you could have found me at an anti-pipeline protest. A few things came across my view that caused me to do some research, which brought about some changes of opinion. I no longer sell solar, and I came to the realization that renewables are certainly not necessarily green. Most are not, at least not with current manufacturing processes. Carbon is plant food. More carbon means bigger plants and bigger trees. This is why they pump CO2 into greenhouses to increase yields. We are at historically low carbon levels. Zero carbon is not possible. There is no carbon crisis. Clearly, there cannot be a crisis when levels are low. Thousands of scientists agree. In my opinion, to eliminate the option of natural gas is foolhardy at best. Where is all the extra energy coming from? When the plan is to have everyone driving EVs and all new builds will have no natural gas, Clearly, that will require a substantial amount of newly generated energy. California, with less than 3% adoption of electric vehicles, were telling people last summer not to charge their electric vehicles or use air conditioning, as the grid did not have enough power. It does not seem practical or realistic to think change could be made so quickly without this being the situation, not enough power. For the last several years, there has been global talk about rolling blackouts, cyber attacks, random outages, terrorist attacks, EMF pulses, and solar flashes that all could be potential threats to the grid systems. Recently, Vegas had an outage and people could not even get into their hotel rooms. No grid in a winter cold snap and no ability to heat homes could certainly result in death. I don't believe, or certainly question, if you have the right to limit our options for survival, to limit our ability to survive. Canada does not create enough carbon to have any impact whatsoever on the global situation, so there is no need for us to jeopardize our safety. Also, ultimately, this will lead to current dwellings have to retrofit per OCP, causing people to lose their homes. There is no question this will happen, as many homeowners are hugely struggling, particularly with raised property taxes and
we're past time.
Simply cannot
Sorry?
afford
It's
such upgrades. The goals to reduce carbon are not working for the people and this valley, people of this valley.
Yeah.
The pie in the sky global objective. If you don't have the sense to see this, I question if you should be here making decisions for other people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It was over time, 30 seconds. I'm monitoring the time here. All right, we'll now move on to the next speaker, Dick Zandy. Mr. Zandy, if you come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
My name is Dick Zandy. My wife, Mary Lynn, and I live at 2221 Tarn Place in the district of North Cowichan. Your Worship, Mayor Douglas, and honorable councillors, thank you for allowing me to speak today with respect to the noise bylaw delegation report presented by Dr. Dower. Dr. Dower has already referenced our existing noise bylaw 2857. I would like to address concerns that members of my neighborhood have regarding an ostentation or pride of peacocks that roam freely from the property at 6159 Lakes Road, bordering on our subdivision. Dr. Dower's PowerPoint already highlighted section 6.2 of bylaw 2857. It prohibits any animals or activities that from ill-affecting neighbors' rights. May I also highlight section 6.3-1, the subject of bylaw and its prohibitions. I quote, keeping or harboring any animal which by its frequent calls, cries, or other noise whatsoever disturbs the quiet, peace, rest, enjoyment, comfort, or convenience of any person or persons in the neighborhood or vicinity. One would think that with the protection of 2857 that we should have been able to solve this problem, which we have endured for years. With various written and face-to-face presentations to bylaws and animal control, we have been told they are powerless to do anything about these noises. There seems to be a disconnect between the current bylaw and actuality. I urge council and staff to fix this problem by either enforcing the current bylaw or creating a more powerful noise bylaw which allows officers to act. Peacocks have an interesting sex life. Mating season lasts from May till September, and we at Tarn Place hear constant screaming 24/7, disturbing our daily peace and sleep at night. The rest of the year they are quieter, but not silent. On top of the noise these peacocks make, they also trespass our properties. It is a mystery of nature that no matter what goes into a seagull comes out white, but whatever goes into a peacock comes out as a sticky black tar-like substance which is difficult to clean off our patios, driveways, and roofs. We urge council to consider a more forceful noise bylaw that builds on 2857. We are the last ones to suggest how staff do this, but there was a recent case in Vancouver where there was a challenge of someone keeping peahens, and because of the language in the bylaw, it was an expensive court case that was lost by the municipality. So we encourage staff to consider all these things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Zandy. I'll now move on to the next speaker, Pat Cruikshank. Mr. Cruikshank, if you could come up to the lectern. Oh, Ms. Cruikshank, if you could come up to the lectern, state your name and address.
Thank you. I'm Pat Cruikshank. I live in Lochside Drive, and I've only lived there a year. I'm actually Dick's neighbor, but I'm not talking about the noise bylaw. I won't talk about those peacocks. But I'm here to talk about the energy, and I want to make my point by just telling our quick story. We moved here a year ago to be near our 4 kids and our 11 grandkids, and we moved into a house that had a heat pump. So the first time in our lives we had air conditioning, and we were really excited about that. And it was really enjoyable. But we were raised by parents who lived in the Depression, and working class people, plumbers, carpenters. My husband's a mechanic. We're just average people. But our parents taught us, have a way to look after your family, but always have a plan B and have it handy and ready, not pie in the sky. So when we moved in and we were enjoying our heat pump and our air conditioning, we also put in natural gas into an old defunct propane fireplace so that we could enjoy a fire in the winter. And we were so glad we did that, because when the winter cold came for our first winter last year, our heat pump, great for air conditioning, could not handle the cold. It pumped out as massive as what it could do all winter long, all day long, and couldn't keep our house warm. So we finally shut it off. It was costing us a fortune, and used our fireplace, our natural gas fireplace, to heat, because it took us quite a few months to, as seniors, gain the money to replace that heat pump. They're really expensive, because we wanted to have the electrical heat pump for both energy. And so what I'd like to say is, I just want to encourage council, as they consider this whole thing, don't put, as was mentioned by someone else, all your eggs in one basket. You need to have all opportunities. And I was glad to hear, I didn't know that somebody from Fortis was going to be here. Because when you really research Fortis, it's not the enemy of good looking after our earth. And it's certainly a great way to heat. And I don't think it's a good idea to have all the eggs in one basket so the whole community has to go one way. Because we don't know, just like my parents didn't know as they lived through the Depression, where was the world going, what was going to happen? You don't know what's going to happen in the next 10, 20, 30 years, and what changes will be made, and we need to have a lot more options for people and backup plans to heat. So please consider not going just a one point on the energy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll now move on to the next speaker, Bruce Alexander. Mr. Alexander, if you come up to the lectern, state your name and address.
My name is Bruce Alexander. I live in Glenora, and I'm here to bring my concern for natural gas. I want to mention the value for health by way of cooking with natural gas. This is something that I learned about more than 40 years ago, and have been interested in it ever since. I've gone to a lot of trouble to be able to cook on gas, making use of propane sometimes. A long time ago, I learned that the energy that we use to cook our food with affects our health. It affects the flavor of the food, and also the vitality that we receive through cooking our food. And I learned that the most ideal fuel for cooking food with would be brown rice straw. And then after that, something that's very good is a wood fire, such as Alderley Farm and Cafe. Wood-fired pizza, it's available right now. Also, a very, very good fuel to cook on is gas and oil. Now then, cooking on electricity is just a different energy. It's just not that good for our health. It's what I grew up on, and it was I changed my life over this when I understood this. And also, even worse than electricity itself is microwave cooking. This is harmful to the food and the vitality that the food brings forward. And I have to believe that the most recent development of induction, magnetic electric induction, must be very harmful to health and vitality. At the moment, I have an old electric stove in my barn that came with the place. I cook on propane. And by the way, a teacher of mine from 40 years ago, very, very popular, known around the world, Michio Kushi, said that what he saw with people who changed their electric cooker to gas, these people recovered from cancer. Well, he was saying cancer patients who took the trouble to install a gas stove recovered from their cancer. That's are we out of time?
I gave you some extra seconds too.
Okay,
so.
Just to conclude on this interesting point. Now, I'm not going to say precise.
No, Ms. Chogner, we're well over time now, so I apologize to cut you off.
Just 2 seconds to finish.
Okay, just one sentence. That's it, please.
Sorry,
just like one sentence. Wrap it up.
Yeah, this wraps it up. I think that worked because somebody who's going to go to the trouble to change to the gas would change many aspects of their life. So it all fits together.
Great, thank you. All right, next speaker I'd like to invite up Jane Kilthey. Ms. Kilthey, if you could come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
Mayor Douglas, members of council, my name is Jane Kilthey. I live on Pritchard Road in Cowichan Bay. I've lived in the Cowichan Valley for 25 years. I have 32 years of experience working in maternal child health, and I taught critical appraisal of research to midwifery and medical students at McMaster Metropolitan University in Laurentian. I want to, first of all, you've heard from me before, I want to thank you for moving North Cowichan forward with Building Bylaw Amendment 3932 mandating zero carbon EL4 in new construction as of July 1st, joining our neighboring cities and towns of Victoria, the regional municipality of Saanich, and most recently Nanaimo, using one of what is considered the most useful tools you have been given to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as a municipality. This bylaw will not only reduce municipal greenhouse gas emissions and help you meet your greenhouse gas emission reduction commitments, it will also reduce, with every new home built without gas, it will reduce the increased risk of asthma and childhood leukemia. For children living in homes with gas, space, and water heating, I've sent you the research. And cooking with gas is one of the leakiest parts of a gas that is in the internal atmosphere of every home that's serviced with gas. And especially due to the nitrous dioxide and benzene that leaks along with the methane gas into the indoor air of homes and buildings. I am actually grateful to Vancouver's construction industry, aware of BC's zero carbon step code for over a year, and they've been holding regular online information sessions for builders. In 2022, I attended one of their information sessions as a guest. The city of Nanaimo heard from some of these local builders who are already going ahead building electric serviced homes. Many of those builders that Nanaimo spoke to also build homes in the Cowichan Valley. They're ready for EL4 construction by and large. There may be one or two who will tell you another story, but that more and more people are actually asking them for homes heated and cooled with efficient heat pumps. And heat pumps have improved dramatically over the past years in terms of dealing with cold weather and being quiet and lasting a long time. So what I would just add is that RNG is still methane, which leaks, and methane is 80 times more potent than a greenhouse gas than CO2.
Ms. Kilthey, we're at time.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, I'd now like to invite Roger Ketch up to the lectern. Mr. Ketch, if you could state your name and address.
Good evening, Roger Ketch, 1972 Maple Bay Road in Duncan. I'm the local business owner of South Island Fireplace and Spas. I would say probably there's a lot of people in this room that have one of my wood stoves or gas appliances as a backup in the case of power failures and outages. I stand here today more as a concerned citizen to express my deep concern regarding Council's decision to speed up the time frame to go to zero carbon step code implementation. It seems to be this has been a decision without adequate public notice, which raises some significant issues that need to be addressed. While I do understand the importance of offering more sustainable and environmentally friendly energy sources, it is essential that such decisions are made with due diligence, transparency, and the well-being of our community in mind. It has come to my attention that this new regulation has been proposed and potentially implemented without proper public consultation and awareness. My primary concern with this lack of notice is the potential consequences it may have on homeowners and residents in North Cowichan. By restricting the use of natural gas, we limit homeowners with choices in emergency situations. A reliable secondary heat source is crucial during power outages or emergencies, as demonstrated during the severe windstorm we endured a few years back. Areas of the valley were without power for many days, causing property damage and near loss of life. We had many emergency phone calls from elderly people. We went to their houses, provided blankets, installed propane heaters to try to keep them warm, mostly in the Chemainus area during that time. The windstorm serves as a harrowing reminder of the importance of having multiple energy sources available to homeowners. Without the option to use natural gas, residents may be left vulnerable during unforeseen emergencies. It is essential that we consider the safety and well-being of our community members in our pursuit of environmental sustainability. I kindly request that North Cowichan Municipality take or think about the decision that they're making and reach out to public input and consultation should be an integral part of any decision that affects our community's well-being. I urge you to reconsider the ban on natural gas and engage in open dialogue with the residents of North Cowichan to ensure that we can collectively make informed and responsible decisions regarding our energy sources. I'm confident that with the input and cooperation of the community, we can find a balanced approach that supports our environmental goals while ensuring the safety and security of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So our last public speaker, Scott Mack. Mr. Mack, if you come up to the lectern and state your name and address.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Scott Mack. My address is 6670 Elm Road in Lanceville, BC. I'm here tonight to speak to you on item 10.1 in your agenda. I just want to make a few brief comments tonight, as this application has been before council a number of times now. You've seen our updated letter of commitment along with the staff report. I did want to note that contrary to staff's comments in the report, we do believe that we can work cooperatively with staff to craft language in a Section 219 covenant that would allow for the construction of single-family homes that have rough-ins for future secondary suites. To be clear, we are not opposed in any way to secondary suites, and in fact would encourage and anticipate that all of the homes may in fact have secondary suites. All we're trying to do here is create some flexibility for future lot owners who may not have the resources to be able to construct a suite at the time of initial construction. However, with an opportunity to build equity, may be able to finish a suite sometime later after building a house. The provisions that we've suggested would make that much easier when and if those residents are in a position to pursue that option. Having said that, if council is concerned with the wording, ultimately my client is comfortable with simply providing for much more basic language, which would require a secondary suite to be completed with each of the single family homes at the time of initial construction. With regard to the duplex lots, the provisions of the R3 zone are very straightforward when it comes to the creation of duplex lots. While we acknowledge that the concept at this stage is very preliminary and conceptual, given that we are proposing in excess of 20 R3 lots, we're very comfortable and confident that we can accommodate 5 duplex lots as we have suggested. Overall, we hope the council will see the overall merits of this project and acknowledge our efforts to find creative solutions that allow for a viable project that makes contributions to affordability through a substantial cash contribution, and a development that fits well and adds to the great community character that already exists in Crofton. We respectfully request that council grant second reading of the bylaw and advance the application to a public hearing. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Great, thank you. I'll now turn to IT staff and ask if there are any virtual attendees with their hands raised.
Yes, Mayor Douglas, there's one call-in user with their hand raised, and I will unmute them now.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's Karen Cody with the Canadian Home Builders Association for Vancouver Island. So something that we can all agree on this evening is that we are in a climate crisis, and with it brings industry challenges and an increased demand on high-performance homes, and we need to reduce our impact. As an industry, we are responding, but homes are more energy efficient than they have ever been. However, the average cost of a mortgage in Canada right now is just shy of $3,000, and for a stat closer to home, 7 of every $10 in Victoria is going to pay for mortgages. When we had this consultation in Nanaimo, one of the things that came up is people are now choosing between heating and eating. So heating their homes and being able to eat. So something that we are requesting, so CHBI Vancouver Island, we acknowledge that we need to achieve climate goals and industry needs to respond. However, the failure to utilize a measured and stepped approach could negatively impact the viability of new home construction. By imposing accelerated standards, this could reduce construction activity and by proxy new housing supply. The most energy efficient homes are those that are newly built, and by reducing the number of new homes being constructed, we are slowing down our progress towards a greener future.
Oh, did you finish or are you cutting out?
It's still cutting out? No, sorry, something just came up that said the raised hand status is cleared. I'll continue.
Yeah, continue.
So housing affordability, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, please continue, and I'll add a bit of time on at the end here as well. Continue. Okay,
good. Housing affordability should be an overarching principle when considering policy direction. We need to ensure that as we move towards our climate goals, that housing remains affordable at all steps for all housing types, home buyers, and climate zones. It is imperative that we take a measured approach and maintain energy choice for industry and consumers. With housing demand drastically outpacing supply, the Canadian Home Builders Association of Vancouver Island is concerned that the implications of such a measure could have an adverse impact. We are supportive of the importance of taking action to address climate change. In order to do this, we need an environment that is predictable and manageable. We support the advancement towards this by offering education to ensure industry readiness and supplying attainable low-carbon housing. This readiness will align with the existing provincial timelines. The proposed timelines that we're talking about tonight is 6 years before the province has laid theirs out. We urge you tonight to reconsider the original EL2 and partner with the Canadian Home Builders Association to do some advocacy work, to do some consultation work with your constituents and with the building industry.
Great, thank you. And I don't see any other virtual attendees with their hands raised, so this will wrap up our public input portion of our meeting. It's pretty clear that most of the folks here this evening are gathered here for item 10.2, so I'm going to ask council if anyone would like to move that we rejig the agenda to put item 10.2 as the first item under bylaws. Moved by Councillor Stash, seconded by Councillor Finley. Any discussion? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now deal with item 10.2, Building Amendment Bylaw number 332, 2023. Now turn to the Deputy Corporate Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So item 10.2, Building Amendment Bylaw number 3032 is before Council for first three readings. Council considered the bylaw on September the 26th, referred it back to staff for some changes to the emission levels. The bylaw before you today has been updated, and it proposes to replace sections 15.3 and 19.1 in Building Bylaw 3932 by including the full range of building inspections undertaken during the building process, applying the energy step code as specified under the BC Building Code, and applying emission level 3 or EL3 of the BC Zero Carbon Step Code beginning on January the 1st, 2024, and emission level 4 EL4 of the BC Zero Carbon Step Code beginning on July the 1st, 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Justice.
Mr. Mayor, is our climate change specialist available for questions?
Yeah, I'm seeing nodding.
Is she there?
I think so now.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Hi. So a number of people are representing that this is a natural gas ban. However, you've explained that this is absolutely not a ban on natural gas. Can you explain the confusion about that?
Thanks for the question. The Zero Carbon Step Code sets a maximum amount of greenhouse gas emissions that a new building is allowed to emit. So development projects have a couple of different options to comply with that. One is they could specify a low emissions energy source such as electricity for space and hot water heating and cooking equipment. Another option is to include equipment powered by an energy source with a higher carbon emissions factor such as gas, as long as the project can demonstrate the anticipated carbon levels under the required threshold. When we talk about EL4 across both of these compliance pathways, the energy of the house most likely will be electricity and verified through energy models. And for EL3, there's options that the builder could consider. This could be achieved through electricity, gas, a hybrid heat pump, and really verified through the energy model. So it's a fuel agnostic code. And as FortisBC had indicated earlier, once RNG is available to market, that also will enable that as part of EL4. Thanks.
Follow up?
Yeah, and for clarity, this applies to the primary space heating source for the house, but not the secondary heat source for a house. That, in other words, you can, if you the emissions cap doesn't apply to having say a secondary heat source, natural gas heat source.
Yeah, that's correct. The Zero Carbon Step Code is applicable in new construction for the primary heating source, and that's specified through the BC Building Code. Auxiliary and redundant backup systems, so secondary heating sources, would not be applicable as part of the Zero Carbon Step Code.
Thank you. Can I have one more question?
One more, then Councillor Finley.
Right, and I guess another thing people have expressed concern about is the affordability of this, and I noticed in the staff report there is a table which estimates the incremental construction costs to achieve this zero carbon pollution standard, and in that, I think the chart's for the city of Victoria, but it suggests that for multi-family constructions, it's going to raise the cost of construction between 0.1 and 0.2% of the overall cost. I guess what I'm interested in is, can you explain how that would be balanced by a decreased operating costs?
So in the costing table, this information was provided from technical studies, supported the technical report through City of Victoria, but the province of BC undertakes these technical studies in support of the updated building codes. So the capital cost premium for the highest level of EL4 against our current energy step code requirements of step code 3 would be anywhere between 0 and a 2% premium. Typical smaller family homes would be a 1% premium. And this would vary across the building type. And again, across the building type on the operating side, energy for a heat pump would be a much more efficient technology, so there could be some substantial savings. And in looking at some of the modeling costs, because there is variability, this could be a decrease in operating costs of maybe 7% to an increase in operating costs 2%. And there's been some additional work out of Saanich that has explored those who have converted to heat pumps to verify what their operating costs are. And in only 12% of the cases there are their energy costs actually going up. So there's a lot of variability, but operating savings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd actually like to move staff recommended option number 1, that we give first, second, third readings to the building bylaw amendment, number 3932, 2023, and direct staff to communicate with the building industry about pending changes to get to basically level 2 now and carry on with the provincial implementation mode.
Great, thanks, Councillor Finlay. It's been moved, seconded by Councillor Manhas. So just to be clear for everyone on council, what you've moved is one of the alternatives that's contained in the staff report. Just bear with me for a second, Councillor Finlay. Yeah, 158, so you've moved, that's the original recommendation, option 1.
That's right, staff recommended option, yep.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, so on the motion? Oh, you want to read the motion?
Yes, please.
So the motion is that council give first, second, and third readings to building amendment bylaw number 3932, 2023, and that direct staff to communicate with the building industry about pending changes to building bylaw number 3172. And so as Councillor Finlay explained, the difference between this and what is recommended on the page 5 of the agenda is it would be moving to level 2 of the net zero step code as opposed to moving to 3 right now and then level 4 in July. Councillor Justice.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like, even though you just explained it very clearly, I still think that there might be some possible confusion, because what I noticed reading this was that the staff report had not changed, but the bylaw had changed. So just for absolute clarity, we're not going to be defeating the changed bylaw with the recommendations that we made from in the previous council meeting. So what is being moved right now and being considered is that we go back from that thing we decided at the last meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. So with the net zero step code, there's 4 levels. Oh, you hear me now? With the net zero step code, there's 4 levels. What we originally discussed in the last meeting was moving to level 2 and then doing consultation on when we would move to level 3 or 4, recognizing that at some point the province will be making it mandatory. What council decided in the last meeting was rather than going to level 2 and then doing that consultation to figure out how quickly we want to move to level 3 or 4, we provided direction to move immediately to level 3 and then to set July 2024 for moving to level 4, consistent with direction City of Nanaimo has gone in. So the recommendation the motion on the floor right now is going back to what we'd originally discussed at the previous meeting, as opposed to the subsequent direction that council had given in terms of moving forward with the level 4 of the zero carbon step code at a faster pace.
Okay, so we're clear.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone clear? Councillor Sash?
Actually, I don't know if you call how the term, so I'd like clarity from corporate officer to actually what an intent of what I think Councillor Justice is saying, Your Worship, is that, is it normal procedure that we reconsider a vote? Because essentially this is a reconsideration of the vote that occurred last, is it not, for clarity?
No. So right now, the issue that I see, Mr. Mayor, is that the bylaw in front of you that you're looking at today has been updated. So it was updated according to your direction from the last meeting. So you do not have a bylaw that is sitting in front of you in the format that Councillor Findlay is asking to move first, second, and third reading. There is no bylaw on the agenda in that format at this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna, yeah.
So I just want to be clear, we can't really move first 3 readings of a bylaw that is not in front of you.
I'm almost wondering, and I'll come back to you in a second, Councillor Justice, perhaps what Councillor Findlay needs to do in order to provide that direction is refer the bylaw back to staff to go back with the original direction provided in the September 26th staff report.
Well, that's certainly one way that you could handle it. And then the original bylaw that you had in front of you on September the 26th will be placed back in front of you again at the next meeting. And then you're truly looking at what you're reading.
Yeah. So could we, I know we don't like do friendly amendments or friendly withdrawals so much anymore. Would it be, we would have to pass the motion to withdraw the original motion and then,
So right now, currently, was the motion moved and seconded? Or,
yeah, Councillor Mann has seconded.
So you can just have a motion to withdraw. Consider that last motion. Move
and then
second.
Councillor Findlay can move to refer back to staff to follow through with the original recommendation regarding the bylaw.
It's a lot cleaner that way.
Is that what you were going to say, Councillor Justice?
Mr. Mayor, that was exactly what I was trying to say. I was trying to gently point out that Councillor Findlay actually moved moving to EL3 and EL4 without knowing it.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Justice.
He's looking out for it.
So yeah, I would like to withdraw the motion and then put the motion through to refer the bylaw. So let's motion to withdraw the motion.
Yeah, motion to withdraw, seconded by, your hands went up at the same time, just like last time. It's gonna, Councillor Callow gets credit for the seconding this time. So the question on withdrawing the motion, all in favor? And opposed? None opposed, motion carries. So, Councillor Findlay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to pass a motion to refer the bylaw back to staff to consider their recommended option number 1 from the last meeting.
All right, it's been moved. Seconded by Councillor Manhas. So on the referral motion, any discussion? Call the question? Okay, so on the referral, all in favor? And opposed? The Mayor, Councillor Stash, Councillor Toporowski, and Councillor Justice opposed. The motion is defeated. Councillor Stash?
Your Worship, I'd like to make the motion to approve the staff recommendation based on the bylaw that's been updated. It's in front of us today.
All right, so this is the recommendation on page 5. It's been moved. We have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Justice. Any discussion? Councillor Stash, then Councillor Findlay.
Thank you, Your Worship. The few things I wanted to point out, I wanted to thank Councillor Justice for bringing them up, that the word that's being used inappropriately for ban isn't appropriate, and also the discussion that there would be no emergency facility available to homeowners is incorrect, and also that we're not also looking at, there is a discussion, of course, it's absolutely going to be a higher cost, but there's not a lot of discussion taking place that with the design capabilities also in place, not just the energy sources, but the way the homes are built, they're actually very efficient to operate, and the cost of living within that home is substantially reduced, that your heating and cooling costs are a fraction of the what you would see in a traditional home built in the 60s or 70s, And to that fact of some that's saying that it's expensive to operate a heat pump on houses, most of what we're seeing right now are houses that are retrofitted. So absolutely, those houses are inefficient to support the energy systems of a heat pump. But to that, of course, all of our own lived experiences can't be used to blanket everybody else's cases. But I love using mine as an example. I grew up in the prairies. It's cold as heck there, natural gas my whole life. I moved to here, $47 a month in the summer, $80 a month in the winter. My entire house is electric. It's a 1960s house. It's not overly efficient, but a high efficient heat pump and a high efficient electric water heater, it works. I just would be nice if the rest of my house was a net zero, high efficiency home that the step code 3 and 4 would support, so then my power bills would be even less. So I definitely look forward to this, and to some of the comments that say that we should be thinking about who are we doing this for? We're making incremental changes for future generations, and where is this direction coming from? It's from our fellow constituents, our fellow municipalities, and definitely, again, I'll echo every single policy and plenary session we heard from the provincial government at UBCM. That's where we're getting this direction from, across from all of our counterparts in the province that really do care about greenhouse gas emissions and the climate crisis ahead of for us. The cost is not in the action, but the inaction. This just, to me, makes the right choice for the looking forward into the future. And also, the clarity, this isn't a retroactive thing. We just need to say these things, that for those that didn't get a chance to read the report, that this is on new builds. So that's why I'm supporting and moved the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Stash. Councillor Finley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 pages of comments, so I think what I'd like to do is defer to my other councillors first, and then maybe come up on the back end and close off.
Yeah. All right. Councillor Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I said at our last meeting when we were discussing this, that I guess through our deliberations over long, multi-year deliberations over our climate action and energy plan, and also over our acknowledgement of a climate emergency, our community has basically agreed to follow the science on this and to act decisively. And as I also said, I think, you know, this is a moment for where leadership is really critical. We need to be signaling to our residents that we take our GHG reduction targets very seriously. We need to signal to other municipalities and make it easier for them to follow suit. And we need also to signal to the province that we are willing partners in all aspects of our response to climate change. This is a relatively easy step in what's going to be a long journey in tackling climate change as best we can. The quicker we take this first step, the better off we are. Thank you.
Councillor Manhas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I'd like to emphasize, I know this was mentioned in public input, that the provincial government is not ready to go to EL4 until 6 years down. So we're moving ourselves 6 years ahead. So we're creating a disadvantage to our own people that buy homes here. We're adding cost to the builds. What we're doing is one question I'd like to ask our climate specialist, if she's still around here. How many GHGs will this be saved by going to EL4? I've asked that question many times and I haven't got an answer. Maybe I will this time.
Ms. Aldcroft?
The emission savings for going to EL4 were included as part of our business as usual modeling for the Cape, so I don't have a specific number for you. What I do know, though, is that our emissions footprint in 2016 was 338,000 tons, and in the business as usual model would go up to 340,000 tons. Buildings being 9% of the existing footprint, with the marginal increases. So it's all things considered, it's not changing the 9% number too much, but it is an emission source that, if not taken action on, would grow.
Yeah, thank you. So this is not going to make a big difference to our GHGs. We just heard that from our specialist. will make very, very little change to us here in North Cowichan, but not one iota on the world stage to our GHGs on the world stage. All this does just add cost to our bills. As Councillor Finley said last time, you have climate, you look after your climate, or else affordability. You can't have both. I would having gas not as a primary source will make it cost prohibitive as a backup source, and that has taken away choice from our citizens. This is going to increase electricity costs, because everybody is pulling electricity, and obviously the supplies will be there, and the demand's going to go up. Supply and demand, simple economics, prices go up. There was a talk about affordability. The federal government was going to give Surrey $95 million and Burnaby $43 million for the accelerated fund to build homes. And a couple of days ago, they pulled back their announcement, because those two municipalities had increased their DCCs, making it cost prohibitive, make it more expensive to build. And I see it's the same thing. All we're doing is just adding cost to the affordability by limiting choice. I'll keep it at that for now. I'll let Councillor Finley have his say.
Yeah, Councillor Toporowski.
Sorry, Councillor Finley. Thank you, Mayor. I did ask a question previously about staff, but also I just wanted to ask about the staff capacity to handle this moving if we move it up 2 steps. Maybe Ted or someone could answer that.
Could you repeat that? Whether we move up which 2 steps?
The steps, because there was in the previous report about training to move to these next levels.
Yes, we don't anticipate there's a challenge in having our inspectors trained for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Toporowski. Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Well, I can see which way the wind's blowing. Just to interrupt you there, Bruce, we want to hear your 3 pages. But it's what's being forgotten is that we're looking at single-family homes, and also every apartment building that's going to be built in the Cowichan Valley is going to have a primary source of electricity. And I'm sure that most of these builders are looking at the costs of these buildings, and to pile on to what Councillor Mann has said, these costs are going to be passed on to consumers, and at a time when affordability is one of the things that's keeping people out of the housing, including my sons. These are things that we need to look at, and I just think that we should stick with the science from the provincial and federal governments and move the step code at the level that they've set. Jumping ahead of it, I don't see the benefit to, as Councillor Manhas brought forward, is there's going to be very little GHG decrease by the application of or advancement of the step code from 2 to 3 and then 3 to 4 in July. So let's hear your 3 pages, Bruce.
Yeah, now's the time.
All right.
Yeah, but you already spoke once, so I'll come back to Councillor Stash after. But
I want to close. No?
I got to close. The mayor closes.
If Councillor Finley wants,
Okay.
just 30 seconds.
All
I just wanted to quickly, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Finley. I just want to quickly touch point on what Councillor Kelly brought in. Is one interesting aspect that actually we hadn't had the discussion and we didn't touch on with this change in how we look at multifamily and apartments. We had one of the largest mass unexpected death occurrences in BC in the recent heat dome, in the fact that all the old apartments were heated through natural gas and boiler systems and baseboard heats, And those homes didn't have heat pumps. The offset now with moving to the technology that is afforded in heat pumps is not just as climate change about adverse weather, it's with the heat that comes with it. And this is another thing through how we look at multifamily housing, that we're going to provide safety and security for those at most at risk in BC, where traditionally you didn't have air conditioning. So it is a benefit, and through this electrification that it's been discussed that looking through, and also is why the province is such a big proponent of heat pumps, is because not only is it for lowering greenhouse gas emissions, but it's brought life safety risk mitigation to the apartments that didn't have air conditioning and heat domes in BC that we're experiencing now.
Councillor Mann asked his hand, yeah. And I'm just gonna caution council, we can debate this as long as we want, but if we get into the back and forth, we're gonna be here all night, so Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to challenge my esteemed councillor here to my left. You too. Electric. My aunt passed away during the heat dome in Prince George, and it was with electric heat. It was, you know. So I just want to. Electric is not going to save everything. Also, I want to comment that one thing that really gets me when we do this kind of stuff, we do not consult with the building community or developers. Whenever there's an environmental thing, we always go to EAC. We always consult with the environmental community. But how come we don't consult with the building community, the business community, on major issues, major changes that we make? I find this whole thing, it's totally one-sided whenever we come up with major changes. The environmental groups are always consulted. The business community and the development builders are never. Thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. July 2022, a citizen satisfaction survey went out, and with 390 respondents. And the top 3 challenges that residents stated we should focus on are homelessness. 40% said that we should focus on it, 30% saying it's a top priority. Taxes, 24% said we should focus on it, 16% said it was a top priority. Affordable and available housing, 19% said we should focus on it, and 13% said it's a top priority. Climate change, 6th on the list, 10% said we should focus on it, 7% said it should be a top priority. So we're pushing forward a major decision that will hinder priority number 3, which is affordable housing, when only 7% of our community even considers it a priority. I did a Facebook poll, which I like to do, as you know, and I understand we don't make decisions based on Facebook polls, but it's a great way to engage with our community. And asked a simple question with respect to our decision today. Do you agree we should accelerate the zero carbon step code, or stay the course with a staff recommendation to follow provincial steps? The result says at 5 p.m. tonight, 37 are in favor of accelerating, 225 are in favor of following the staff recommendation to stay the course out of a 262 total respondents. May not be statistically valid, but it's good information to have. So if our community doesn't want it, and we're elected to represent our community and their goals, why would we accelerate this when there are significant impacts to our residents? The CVRD and the City of Duncan are staying the course. And as our neighbors, I think that's really important to know, and for our residents to know. So imagine if we decide to push this forward to level 4, and all other communities in this province decide to push this to level 4, such as Saanich, Nanaimo, and View Royal already has. And they build thousands and thousands of homes. We're expected to build between 500 and 600 homes this coming year. Tack that on to Saanich, Nanaimo, View Royal, and every other city. There's only so many heat pumps available that are going to meet the net zero requirement. So demand and supply. There's a massive demand, there's not enough supply. What happens to costs? They go through the roof. So there is a significant financial impact to our builders and to our residents who are going to buy these homes. So if those prices go up, house prices go up. If house prices go up, affordability diminishes. We can't have affordable homes in the short term with net zero emissions shoved down our developers' throats. I talked to several developers because I happen to know a few, and one of them said that there's a minimum increase per living space of $8,000 on top of the current costs. One of the developers that I talked to had this comment. sorry, I'm on page 3, almost done. This is just another restriction to curb construction and development in this municipality, and to what end? And this is a long-term North Cowichan builder. I'll skip that part. The Bell McKinnon development and other growth areas that we have slated for development in our municipality include commercial spaces, shopping centers, restaurants. If we want something like the CAG or Brown Social House or Please Cactus Club coming to our community, they can't cook on electric stoves and equipment. They need gas, they need propane. If you want a steak, a good steak, it's being cooked on gas. We need to stop putting roadblocks up to the development community. We need to stop the ideological focus and focus on our citizens' core needs: roads, utilities, recreation, and land use / housing. Making these net zero changes in an accelerating way in the hopes of somehow it affects climate change is like dropping a fart in Chemainus and expecting to smell it in Croatia. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Finley. I really want to let you close, but I gotta get my 2 bits in as well. It was great. I will be supporting the staff recommendation, and I'd just like to point out a few things. First of all, with regards to the CBRD in the City of Duncan, my understanding is that the council and the board, I'm on the board, so I think I got an idea what the board there supports. They're not actually at this stage supporting moving along the provincial schedule. It's that the staff have suggested that the elected officials move in that direction, but it definitely has not come to the CBRD board for a vote yet. My understanding, it has not come to the City of Duncan for a vote yet either. With this whole dichotomy of affordability versus environment, like I would challenge that argument. We have analysis in this report from our staff that indicate that moving at least to zero carbon step 3, the results are mixed. Like the analysis we have in here indicates that for multifamily, you may get a 2.2% increase in costs, but you may get a reduction in costs as well. So the results are, in my view, do not clearly show that you're going to be paying more for your construction costs, your energy costs. It's mixed, and that's coming from the Building and Safety Standards branch of the provincial government. And some of you may have noticed as well, last week in the CBC, there was a big article on a study that just came out from the Canadian, what's the name of it, Canadian Climate Institute, which looked at the life cycle costs with natural gas compared to heat pumps. And I mean, mind you, this is over an 18-year period, so looking at again, the full life cycle costs, but they found significant cost savings with the heat pumps in a variety of cities from across Canada, including Vancouver. So this council has made a commitment on climate change. We adopted our climate action and energy plan many years ago. We updated it in 2021. It sets an aggressive target of an 80% reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. And what I would suggest is if we don't want to commit to, say, moving forward with the zero carbon step code and level 4 and these sort of initiatives, then let's go back and revisit the climate action energy plan. But the reality is we adopted that as a council. There was extensive public engagement around it. There was strong public support. And if we've made that commitment for a significant greenhouse gas reduction by 2050, then I think it's imperative that as leaders in our community, we follow through on that, so that the document isn't just a bunch of words and empty commitments, that there's actually actions to back it up. One of the flaws with our climate action energy plan that we discussed when we adopted it was that so much of the success of it depends on actions from the senior levels of government, from the federal government, from the provincial government, from the private sector. There's only one limited component of it that actually falls on our shoulders as a municipality. And as noted in the staff report, one area right now, because of the changes made at the provincial level where we do have some control, is with regards to building and construction, where we are in a position to encourage reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and action on climate change. And I'd suggest to council, this is the province has given this direction. They're moving towards BC Energy step code level 4 in the coming years. They've given us the option of accelerating that. And again, if we've made the commitment through our climate action energy plan, I think it's imperative on us to follow through on those commitments. So leave it at that if you want to close this time.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do note in the staff report that the level 2 option would advance the goals of the CAPE while moderately ahead of the provincial implementation. So we're not going against the CAPE by doing level 2 now and then moving slowly up. And the last comment I'd like to say is that, you know, the science that the province put these levels and steps into place, frankly, I think that's the science we should follow. I don't think we should have different science because it should be the same science. So I think this is jumping way ahead. There is going to be a massive increase in costs. I've already talked to builders about it. I've already talked to our architects about it. There will be a massive cost for jumping so fast to this level. Thank you.
All right, we ready for the question? All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Manhas, Callio, and Finley opposed. Motion carries. Keep going.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Can we have a short bio break?
5 minutes? 5 minutes, all right. Yeah, we should vote on it, yeah.
And Mayor Douglas, once again, we're live.
All right, now I'd like to resume our regular council meeting. The next item on the agenda is under bylaws, bylaw 7.1. I'll turn to the Deputy Corporate Officer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the Waste Collection and Waterworks Amendment Bylaw number 3935 received first three readings on September the 26th and is before council today for adoption. If adopted, the Waste Collection Bylaw, the Waterworks Bylaw, and the Fees and Charges Bylaw will all be amended to ensure consistency with current practices and compliance with provincial legislation. So the recommendation is that council adopt Waste Collection and Waterworks Amendment Bylaw number 3935, 2023.
Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Justice, second by Councillor Callio. Any discussion? Councillor Manhas?
Mr. Mayor, I'll be voting against this because I'm not in favor of the three separate bills for water, and they should all be on the tax bill as they were. It makes it a lot easier for people to pay their bills, and also it's cheaper for our residents, as the three extra bills will not be going out to all these residents. We'll save thousands of dollars. We would have saved thousands of dollars. So I'm going to be voting against this.
Any other comments from council? Councillor Finlay.
I don't have 3 pages this time, thankfully, just one comment. I actually hear from a lot of our residents that say exactly what Councillor Manhas says, that the 3 bills is quite annoying to them, and it's frustrating to plan, it's frustrating to budget, so I'll actually not be voting in favor of this as well.
I'm just going to turn to staff for some clarification on this. My understanding was we did move to this billing structure with affordability in mind. Could Mr. Swabier?
Well, there was both affordability, Mr. Mayor, and legality, so I'll turn it over to the CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we changed for quite a number of reasons. One of them was to make it more affordable for people. So we are not, user fees are not part of the property tax deferral process. And so that was also a source of some confusion by having them on the tax bill. People were believing that they could be deferred. So by removing them from that bill, we made that clearer. Then we separated it 3 times a year so that it does become more affordable for people to pay.
All right, we ready to call the question on adoption? All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Manhas and Finlay opposed. The motion carries. 7.2.
Thank you. So zoning amendment bylaw number 3927 is before council for first and second readings. The bylaw proposes to add an animal shelter as a site-specific permitted use at 7550 Belmackinnon Road, the SBCA property. The recommendation is that council give first and second reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3927, 2023, and that and authorize a public hearing for zoning amendment bylaw number 3927.
Councillor Justice? Moved? Moved. Seconded by Councillor Stash. Any discussion? Councillor Justice and Councillor Finlay.
I've got a question I'd like to ask somebody on staff. First, I would say I support the SPCA and what they're doing to support animal welfare. But we just heard a delegation with respect to noise disturbance in the municipality, and the report says that the SPCA intends to preserve as many trees as possible, in part because it forms a nice sound barrier. And I'm wondering if there's an expectation among staff that the zoning changes that we are considering today might result in more noise or a different type of noise in the future, or I guess considered slightly differently by adding a permitted use of animal shelter. Are we de facto allowing more or different sorts of noise, like as a permitted use? Are we shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit by not thinking that one through?
Thanks for the question. We did consider noise when the application was being reviewed. The discussions with the applicant were that they're mainly looking to replace the existing facility that they've got with new construction, and so there didn't seem to be any reason why that noise would be intensified by that that process. We did check with our bylaw enforcement folks, and there weren't any sort of neighborhood issues identified with the existing facility. And we also had a number of discussions with the applicant about appropriate setbacks. They do have, they were concerned about locations of pens and things, but provided some assurance that the structures where animals are kept overnight would be set well back from any kind of residential property boundary. And if they ever did want to construct that type of a structure closer to the property boundary than it currently is, that they would be applying for a variance to do that, and then council would have that opportunity to consider it. Barking dogs are a noise issue in some situations. I think with this facility, as far as I'm aware, and you might hear more of this if it goes to public hearing, but because it's a professionally operated shelter, it doesn't seem to have the same sort of issues that, say, a property owner that happens to have a large number of dogs, or a kennel that isn't managed in that same way. So I'm not sure if those comments help, but we're not aware of any particular issues with barking dogs or other noise.
No, I mean, that helps to know that you've thought it through a bit. I mean, one of the things that caught my eye was that this says that this branch will be the SPCA's first purpose-built center for animals with behavioral challenges, which sounds like a potential noise problem to me, but I guess it'll come on public hearing.
Right.
Thanks.
Councillor Finlay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm assuming adding animal shelter to the zoning bylaw is almost like a special exemption or a notwithstanding type clause that, you know, maybe we should look at more often. I do have a question regarding demolishing of the structure after the new building is built. Is that the plan, Mr. Conway?
Yes, our understanding, and this is the whole reason the rezoning application came forward, is that they're wanting to replace their structures. They're basically residential buildings that have been converted into animal shelter buildings, and they've reached the end of their life. They don't meet current standards for this type of thing. Unfortunately, the zoning was not accommodating of that. It's what we'd call a non-conforming use. It was there, and there was no provision in the zoning bylaw for it. We're not quite sure how that happened. It was kind of a historic thing from the past, and it existed, and we weren't aware of any particular problems with it. But when it went, in terms of replacement, there wasn't anything in the zoning, so we've had to work with them to bring forward this zoning amendment to deal with it. And if it's passed, then they would be a lawful use and could do their replacement and also do future alterations or expansions if they needed to.
Councillor Kelly?
Mr. Conway, I just have a couple of questions. They're tearing down the building, the structure that's existing there, which was an existing building that they converted, I believe, to the purposes it is now. Are they going to be putting up some kind of temporary structures in the meantime to house the animals? Because they're going to be still having to do SPCA business while this is going on, I'm assuming. And as far as Councillor Justice's worry about behavioral problems, you know, I have 3 Frenchies at home and they have behavioral problems a lot of the time. And behavioral problems can vary from anxiety to viciousness to all kinds. So, I mean, it's not like they all fit inside the same box. So, and also the other question is, the building's going to be the same, not a question, but it's a comment, is it's going to be the same size and the same use. So there shouldn't be any change of anything on there. So in all reality, nothing's really being done different except for putting up a new building.
That's how it's been described to us. There might be some small scale changes to what they're doing, but there's certainly not, there isn't any major expansion in the areas or anything like that. It's a good question about the transitional period when they're rebuilding, because they do plan to rebuild on the existing footprint of the existing structure, so they will have to remove that. And I'm afraid I don't have an answer as to how they would deal with that, but we can certainly ask the question and bring that information back to council.
Councillor Manhas?
So if they have to bring in temporary units to house the animals during the building phase, would they have to come for a TUP for us, before us?
I think it would depend on what it is. If actually, they would have their zoning presumably in order by the time they were to demolish their existing building. So they would not need a temporary use permit for that. They might need temporary structures, but not the use would be okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, any further questions? It's been moved and seconded. Call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to reports. First report is item 8.1. Over to you, Mr. Swaby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here with the Fire Chief, Chief French, to present a report on the fire department. And Mr. Mayor, this report summarizes the recommendations made by Tim Ply and Associates, a consultant that was hired to review communications and leadership in North Cowichan Fire Department. This was an excellent review, and it resulted in a very high level of engagement of our fire service members and established a path forward for building trust and confidence within the fire service. Just prior to completion of the review, we had a change in fire chiefs, as our former chief, Chief Drakely, accepted a position in another local government. Our interim fire chief, Ron French, has already made significant strides in implementing many of the recommendations of the consultant. I'm confident that we're on the right path and that we have the right fire chief to support building an already incredible fire service. There are a number of recommendations that the consultant made, which are commented on within the staff report as to the status of our actions, and we'll continue to update council on these efforts as part of the new quarterly reporting the interim fire chief will start to do with council. Larger decisions requiring budget approvals will be brought forward as part of the budget discussions for 2024. And notwithstanding this, I believe there are two significant issues that were brought up by the consultant and that were also brought up in previous budget years that require pre-budget approval recommended by myself to ensure that there's proper support in place for the success of implementing the consultant's recommendations. The following recommendations, Mr. Mayor, are made by staff. One, give pre-budget approval for a permanent full-time bylaw administration support staff beginning as soon as possible. This will free up half-time of an existing half-time position to make it a full-time position for the fire service admin. Two is direct staff to retain Tim Ply and Associates at a cost of $60,000 to undertake a strategic planning for the fire service. And three, direct staff to review the balance of the recommendations in the review of communications and leadership within North Cowichan Fire Department report as part of the 2024 budget process.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Swaby. Move the recommendation, Councillor Justice, or a question?
Yeah, I'll move the recommendation, but I did want to ask a question.
Okay, it's been moved. We have a second by Councillor Stash. Question?
Yeah, thank you. So, congratulations, Chief French, and also very great report, Mr. Swaby. I just wanted to ask you about about one of the recommendations, the recommendation about hiring a bylaw admin support person in order that the half-time fire admin support person could become a full-time fire support person. Can you describe what other things that fire admin support person would be able to do by going from half-time to full-time? And I guess what I was thinking was, I mean, having digested the report, it seems to me that the human resource position designated to support the fire department recruitment and labor relations is also a pretty critical thing at this time. Would the admin person be able to fulfill any of those functions by going from half-time to full-time, or is that a separate issue altogether?
Thank you, Mayor, Council. For the half-time position to move to full-time for admin support, pretty much right now that she's doing full-time work at a half-time allotment of time right now. It does give us the ability to start to look at enhancing more programs in the HR and supporting and those sort of things. Like you, if you want to look forward to the quarterly reports, you haven't seen any quarterly reports. This is a part of that position, could take on some of those roles as well, so we can still keep building. Tracking of resources for equipment purchase orders, that sort of thing is all part of that job as well. So it's imperative that we get more support. One of the other areas that we're very lacking on is the training, capturing the training, what is taking place. In one of the recommendations is to move towards a full-time training officer in the report. One of the areas right now with the training component, as we're mandated by the Office of the Fire Commissioner to maintain minimum training standards for existing firefighters, we also have to bring on new firefighters, and the support from the admin person bringing those people on is imperative that we have that support as well.
Mr. Mayor, just to round it out a bit, and you'll hear this in the next report as well, I have hesitated to recommend all the positions that the consultant or that I have for the social services side, just because of the size of the budget asked this year. I was trying to give some breathing room to council to review it in the context of all the positions. But we would welcome any pre-budget approvals. They're all incredibly necessary to do the job and to do the job well. Specifically to the HR position, I don't believe that the admin staff can carry out any of those admin functions. We have been heavily involved daily, weekly for the past year, HR in fire. I don't think it's going to continue the same as things start to regulate and we get the department humming along under the new fire chief. I think that we will have less need for that. It's still definitely a large part of the organization at over 100 employees that really does require a dedicated staff to help out. I just wanted to bring that forward as part of the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious about the bylaw admin support position. What sort of qualifications would this person need? Because it seems like the cost of that person is pretty high if it's a support person rather than a skilled support person. So I'm curious what the qualifications of that person might be.
I don't have it in front of me, but it's one of the regular sort of admin support positions, and the salary is equivalent to all of their admin support staff that we have. So it's data entry. This position would deal with customers potentially at the front counter on the phone and distribute calls for service to the various bylaw officers, help provide some statistical information, just general admin support. The number is all inclusive that you might see of benefits as well.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And just for the cost to retain Tim Play and Associates at $60,000, where does that money come from right now? Do we have funds available in our budget for that, or is that an extra request?
That would come out of the fire budget, yes.
Councillor Manas, and then Councillor Stash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would like to sever number 2. Is it possible to sever number 2? No.
I think so. I'll turn to Ms. May. We can sever it. Yeah, we'll sever number 2.
Okay, because I have no problem with 1, and then staff, then the rest come into us during the budget process, but I have concerns with number 2, so I'll speak to it when
All right.
it comes to
Councillor Stash.
Thanks, Your Worship. I just wanted to, we could talk about numbers and staffing and all that. I just really quickly wanted just to take the time to acknowledge all the fire department, our intern chief, the work that our CAO has done, and yourself as well, and the leadership of all staff and council to get us to this point. It's very simple. It's just that the fire chief's here, we're having a talk, and we're acknowledging the fire department. It's so important. Just that alone, if that's the biggest outcome right there, is that we're showing how much we value the North Cowichan Fire Department and all 4 halls. and the history the area has. Definitely when you have a municipality that's 150 years, you're going to have a fire department with significant legacy and history, and with that always comes a lot of change when we're trying to grow as a community, and we're seeing that through things from housing and affordability right down to how our fire department operates. But just this one step of making the move to where, and I've spoke about it before, is just quarterly check-ins. On my previous community when I was on council there, we had that. And that was tremendous, and just having the fire department feel that they were part of the larger organization, and that council knew what they were doing and was aware of that. And as well, the opportunity just to recognize accomplishments. I wanted to interrupt your mayor's report to acknowledge one of our local firefighters, Kayla Carlson, who had a major spill on Monday in Tour de Rock. She's one of our firefighters, but she's bared down and she's still out there riding and came into Chemainus. But just with just those little things like that, where we're finding the ability to acknowledge the fire department and make them feel that they're part of the organization and not just at the halls doing their hard work. And you know, my son used to be a firefighter, and they don't do it for the accolades, they don't look for the recognition, but I know it sure does go a long way. So we could talk about dollar numbers and everything. I just really wanted to take my opportunity to speak to thank the fire department and past councils and current council and past staff and current staff. It takes everybody to get us to this point. It's no one person, but it's really meaningful work. And I urge everybody, being that this is a public document, and I thank council and staff that we've made this public. There's some key things in there in the report that really looks at just really recognizing people and individuals, and how we all fit in as part of a larger organization, and that we're each recognized for our own strengths and positive contributions to it. So there's a lot of good energy out of that document. So that's kind of the way I am, is with those side of things. So I just wanted to touch on that part of this. So I'm definitely in support of the recommendations and anything we can do to improve our fire department.
Councillor Calia.
Thank you, Mayor. Stacking again on what Chris has had to say is that I think that you know, the hiring of Tim Play is probably a good idea. But I think that we should probably wait until after we have a report back from the fire service about the fire report. And then...
Okay, Councillor Kelly, could we talk about that one separately? Just because right now we're discussing items 1 and 3, and then we can discuss item 2 separately afterwards.
Well, I support the 1 and 3.
1 and 3. All right. Any further discussion on items 1 and 3? Are we ready to call the question? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. So back to number 2. Councilman, did you want to elaborate, or should I go straight to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the reason I wanted to sever, I want to defer this until after the leadership team actually sees the recommendations and see what their feedback is before committing to $60,000 from Mr. Play. The reason I say that is because I know in the past we've had some issues with communications, and we made decisions without the rank and file or the leadership team or the working with or communicating things to them. So I think I would like to defer this until after the senior leadership team has had a chance to look at the report and the recommendations with Chief French.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Maz. Before I turn to you, Councilor Kelly, I just wanted to provide Chief French with an opportunity to respond.
Yes, thank you. We have communicated the plan with the command, the senior leadership team of the department. Tim Ply was able to make it last night, and we reviewed all the recommendations, and part of that recommendation is the 5-year strategic plan to move forward, and that was discussed with all the command staff already. We've got great communications working with the command staff now and moving forward with these things.
Yeah, just follow up. So the command, thank you for that, Chief. So the senior leadership team is on board with the strategic plan going forward. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Councilor Kelly.
I think it answers my question.
All right. Okay, let's call the question now? Yes, I think it's just we severed it, so it's been moved and seconded already. So I'll call the question. All in favor of recommendation number 2? And opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Mr. French. We will now move on to item 8.2. Over to you, Mr. Swaby.
Mr. Mayor, I hope council can indulge me on a longer than normal introduction. This is a very important topic, of course, as you can tell by the report, and I just wanted to provide some context. So in introducing this report to council, I wanted to take the opportunity to provide some background and context. Like many municipalities, North Cowichan has its share of street population that are suffering from mental health addictions and homelessness. Our population is predominantly concentrated in the area known as the corridor, which is basically runs in a narrow strip along the east side of the highway from Paddle Road to the Silver Bridge. This concentration of homeless impacts businesses, residents, and school children going to and from schools in the area. We have seen a 77% increase in those self-identifying as homeless from 2020 to 2023. The most recent count was 229, although we know the number is much larger when one considers the tenuous nature of those couch surfing or other temporary living arrangements. There has been and continues to be a significant effort made in our community to help address the mental health addictions and homelessness issues by the Cowichan Housing Society, Social Planning Cowichan, and many health service providers, generally known under the umbrella of Cowichan Community Action Team, the CAT team. These organizations work tirelessly to research and collaborate on solutions that will help our most vulnerable populations survive. Also, our RCMP and bylaw safety officers are burning out from the work they're doing on the front lines to manage the disorder that's part of this concentration of homelessness activities. Our community, like many across Canada, are challenged by the complex nature of this problem, and it's clear that you cannot arrest your way out of this problem, nor is there a silver bullet that will solve the mental health addictions and homelessness crisis. Therefore, it's imperative that local governments work hand in hand with provincial and federal governments and continue to look for solutions in this crisis. We must continue to advocate for help in the forms of more housing and health wraparound services, and we also must continue to manage public issues using our enforcement tools to help mitigate the impact in our community. First and foremost, we must remember these are people and they're residents of our community. Our empathy and sensitivity to the stigma they are facing must always be in the foremost of our strategies and actions that we implement. This report is a product of a workshop council held in June to help bring awareness to the issues we're facing and to explain the complexities surrounding the implementation of actions that will be helpful not only for those suffering from mental health and addictions and homelessness, but also for community residents and business owners impacted by the issues. Staff have made a number of recommendations in the report, some of which have already been actioned and require continued vigilance targeted at advocacy towards the provincial and federal governments to help. Other actions for consideration involve strengthening our bylaws and regulatory tools and new service levels to help mitigate the impacts of homelessness in our community. Unfortunately, most of the recommendations are expensive to implement, and we hope to obtain financial assistance for some of these from other levels of government, which we've already started, which council's already started to advocate for. Staff do not believe there will be significant improvements in the short term, regardless of what actions are supported, because this crisis is so large and so complex. There is considerable work to be done at all levels of government to address the issues associated with mental health and drug addiction and homelessness, and our role as primary will be one of managing the impacts of the crisis as best we can while advocating and supporting any improvements that can be brought forward from other levels of government. Mr. Mayor, staff's recommendations are as follows. One, to develop a detox and rehab facility proposal in partnership with a nonprofit society and submit to the province as a funding request. Two, strengthen all bylaws and support enforcing safety in the community and prepare an open drug use bylaw that minimizes public exposure to drug use in parks and adjacent to school properties. Three, reconstitute the Somenos Marsh Wildlife Committee and investigate ways to partner on more fulsome marsh patrols. Four, consult with the community health partners to develop a formal request to the province for additional support services in the medical and social services sector to improve outcomes in the drug addiction, mental health, and homelessness issues in the Cowichan Valley Regional District. Five, include funding opportunities for downtown core clean team in the 2024 budget discussions. 6, continue to advocate to the province for funding to help manage the public disorder to support bylaw and RCMP resourcing. And 7, refer the issue of hiring a social planner to the 2024 budget deliberations.
Mr. Swaby, I've got Councillor Finley, your hand went up first. Councillor Finley, Councillor Toporowski, Councillor Justice, and Councillor Manhas.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask to sever each one of those? Because I don't want to vote on all of them at once. I'd like to have more clarification on some of the points, and I support some of the points, and so I'll sever each one. We discuss each one separately.
Okay, sound okay to council? Yeah. All right. Yeah, let's do that.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest.
All right. Okay. Councillor Toporowski.
So which one am I talking on? Just the whole thing? Just kidding.
I think because none of them have been moved yet, you can talk specifically on
perfect.
any one of
Okay.
them or generally on
Perfect.
Mr. Swaby's
'Cause
report.
I don't have to wait till the last bullet then, okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Swaby, for the lengthy, introduction to that. Our community's been asking us to step up in all areas of this. We're not experts at this table, and our staff aren't experts in dealing with social issues, mental health, the homeless, addiction, supports. We're not professionals in those areas, but we do have to find some way of having to step up in our community and be there to see how we can support. We've been hearing from our community about the open drug use, the disorderly on the street, the small crimes, all of those things that have been happening, and it's not only just happening here in Cowichan, it's happening everywhere. We're at UBCM, everybody is sharing the same thing, that the public exposure to everything that's happening is happening in every community. City of Port Moody is in the process of hiring a social planner right now. I think it closes on October 6th. So, you know, looking at this, I thought, we shouldn't be doing this right now. And I thought, you know, I went to that, and then I phoned Cindy Lisier, also from our Cowichan Community Health Network chair, spoke with her, and she also, you know, mentioned to me, I told her this was coming forward and we're looking at implementing 7 recommendations. She said, look at what already exists and enhance that. So I went down a rabbit hole, started looking at all of the different things. Yes, our Cowichan Community Health Network has been advocating with a task force for detox beds and rehabilitation facilities through the government. But I think because, you know, the nonprofit societies and whatnot don't have that political will behind them to push those things forward. And I think in light of what's happening on our streets right now, it's more welcoming, I guess, and in the sense of finding supports in those areas. Social Planning Cowichan receives $50,000 a year from CVRD. She had mentioned that as well, maybe enhancing money to them. And I bounced all these ideas around, and it sounded good. And then when it came back to, the other one was A Place to Be, was funded by UBCM, and we couldn't find a space to put it. It ended up being in the back of the food bank, because nobody wants these facilities or homeless shelter in their neighborhood or mental health facility. I know there's one in our community that there was an uproar not too far from the homeless shelter, and it was to deal with mental health clients. There was a huge uproar, and you don't even know that building's there now. And I'm not going to point it out because I don't want to shine a light on it. You don't know where it is, you won't see it. But anyways, the other thing that I did was reached out to Cindy Lise because we went to a workshop on leadership in our community to look at the overdose crisis in our healthy communities and overdose crisis, what it was about. The workshop was just to update Vancouver Health Authority in what they had mentioned of what they're doing and where they're at, where we are at in the community. And again, there's NIMBY, and how do we overcome those, and also provide the services to the vulnerable people in our society and help them in our valley. And that's just where I was at. And I am going to support recommendation number 7 in hiring that social planner, because that person, and I looked on, website of all those different things that the staff in our building here are dealing with, or social issues that aren't supposed to be on the shoulders of the municipality or the councillors around this table. And it's a provincial and federal issue that they're supposed to be funding us to that, providing these social needs, social well-being, and social development policies and procedures and all of these different things that we need to deal with. Affordable housing, rental housing, special needs for housing policies. These are some of the things that we can implement at our table, but it's really the federal and provincial government that needs those dollars to actually inject into our communities. And I know at UBCM, I think they've heard us. We just have to wait and see how fast that support comes to our community. But I'm very hopeful from those minister meetings that we all attended, which I was really happy to have, the mayor invite us all. So we all had that opportunity to sit across the minister and Premier Eby, and how they responded to what we brought to the table. So I am hopeful. I just wanted to say this is a huge list of recommendations, but in one of the things that the Premier had mentioned is that he was, as Rob put in his update from our last council meeting, he's willing to look at helping us, but we just have to come up with those things that we need and what we want to ask him. So in our valley. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Toporowski. Councillor Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, Mr. Swaby, thank you for your work on this report and, in fact, your dedication to this issue over many years. Actually, I'd also like to thank Councillor Toporowski for some inspiring words and for being inspirational just in terms of the depth that you've thought about this issue. I think that's really great. One of the things that Councillor Toporowski brought up was this issue of the social planner, and I do note that you've sort of suggested, Mr. Swaby, that social planning position would be a critical role, but you've suggested that we refer that to the 2024 budget deliberations. I would find it actually just a bit helpful right now to understand a little bit more about the sort of difference a social planner could make. Can you elaborate a little bit on the role and importance of that social planning position to the whole response?
Thank you for the question. Mr. Mayor, I always think that the largest part of a social planner's job for an organization is building the relationships, not only in the community on the health side, but also on the enforcement side. They do a lot of work to ensure there's a connection between the two. They also are the conduit to the province, and they usually become the main focus of how we obtain funding from the province, whether it's through BC Housing or through other agencies. So there's a range of duties that a social planner would undertake. In fact, everything on this list would fall under the duties of a social planner. and take it away from off the side of the desk of the mayor or myself or any other planners that we try and engage on these issues. It just, the issue has become so critical for us that it's hard to think of how we can achieve these in a timely fashion if we don't have someone dedicated to helping us. We will limp along and we will take these on one at a time, but I think we'll make better headway having someone that can give it full attention.
So if I could just have a brief follow-up. So, I mean, having heard that, the importance of the social planner position from both you and from Councillor Toporowski, I would like to suggest to Council that we consider giving this pre-budget approval instead of waiting to the budget. So, it's, I mean, it seems to me that, as Mr. Swaby said, every item that's been recommended to us would be benefit from having a social planner at the helm. Everything from writing proposals on detox facilities to strengthening our bylaws to working with community health partners to getting the clean team up and running. I think all these things require a champion that has social planning expertise and dedicated time in order that these things unfold successfully and quickly. And I think everybody agrees that success and speed are critical here, because as we all know, people are dying and the community is badly suffering. So I'd be in favor of the whole list of measures, but instead of waiting to consider the social planning position at budget deliberations, I think we should move right ahead with that so that staff can begin to find someone to do that work. So, Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate for me to make that motion pre-budget approval at this time, or do you want me to wait until?
Yeah, I mean, what's the will of council? We can go through them one by one from the top, or we can just kind of jump on this one to get it off the list.
Let's go one by one.
From the top?
Top, yeah.
Okay with that?
Sure.
All right. So I think I've got, Councillor, no, I think it's. Yeah, no, I think it's broad statements, but I know Councillor Callio and Councillor Estach's hands have gone up at some point. Councillor Callio?
I'm just wondering what I'm allowed to speak on.
You can speak broadly, or you can move one of these and speak to that.
He's asked his questions.
Just clarify for Councillor Callio. Well, my recommendation would be to go one by one instead of dragging this out, speaking broadly and stuff, and you can speak to the issues as they come up.
I'll second that.
Well, now I'd like to speak broadly. Quickly though, because I know it's getting late. I just want to reinforce some of our CAO's comments. These challenges we're seeing with street disorder and homelessness and folks struggling with mental health and addictions. I'd say this is over the last year since taking on this mayor's role, it's been the #1 issue I'm dealing with on a daily basis, and I know our CAO is dealing with this on a daily basis as well. And it feels like the more resources we dedicate to responding to this issue, the worse the problem seems to be getting every year. And as you mentioned, Councillor Toporowski, we're not unique. We're seeing this right across BC, right across Canada. I think as we consider each of these recommendations, and again, Mr. Swaby pointed this out, there is no silver bullet, and if we adopt all these recommendations and then some, we're not going to fix this problem. This is not something that a municipality can fix on its own. It does require action from any additional investments from the senior levels of government. What we can do is add resources to the enforcement side of things, which will allow us to better manage the problem. But if you're really going to get at the, getting people housed, getting them into, mental health treatment services, addiction recovery as well, that's going to require, again, those investments from the federal and provincial governments. And I would just like to say your report, Mr. Swaby, I thought took a thoughtful, balanced approach, really focusing on what we can do in terms of the enforcement side, but also recognizing that these are human beings and we have to take a compassionate approach as well. So on that note, I'll turn it to you, Councillor Callio. You said you wanted to move one of the recommendations? Or Councillor Manhouse? Someone want to get the ball rolling here?
Sure, I'll get it going. Well, I'll start with number one then. My first question is, broad question, not specific to that, but how wide was the consultations regarding these recommendations of the business community and residents around York Street? And was there any consultation with, no? Okay, that's, okay, I have a concern with that too. I think there should have been consulted, because there's actually groups out there working right now. There's a group out there working provincially, headed by Jess Ketchum. I think many of you know Jess Ketchum. He's a marketing guy, and London Drugs had approached him a few months ago because they were concerned of what's happening in the street disorder in many of the communities where they have stores, and they mentioned to Jess that they would have to shut down stores, or else because in some locations people are other theft, and also some of the employees are scared to actually go to work and come out of the store. Also in that group, there's 7-Eleven, there's Lululemon, there's all these, and there are local organizations such as in Nanaimo, there's Prince George, there's organizations, and their whole what they're doing is going around getting input from all their groups. There's a group in Duncan too that's part of that group, and they're getting input from all these different groups of how they're going to approach the government on a provincial level of what the recommendations from these different organizations across the province recommend. They've already had initial consultations with Premier Eby and with a few others. This is totally apolitical group. This is just concerned citizens and concerned businesses across the province. There's people from the Green Party involved. There's people from the NDP. There's people from the BC United Party involved with this organization. So I've talked to Jess actually about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and that's why he gave me the lowdown as to what they're doing on the province-wide level, meeting up with different communities and organizations and that are concerned about what's happening. So I just thought I'd give you guys that there's a province-wide thing that's going to be approaching the province with recommendations. They've got 3 wings. They've got a research wing, they've got a government relations wing, and one other. And so London Drugs is mostly funding this because they're really, really concerned. And 7-Eleven especially, we lost 7-Eleven here due to this crisis. And like I said, Nanaimo's involved with this group, Prince George, just others in the Okanagan and the interior. That is feeding information to these groups, giving recommendations of what they can submit to the provincial government. Anyways, okay, so I just want to make that comment, but I'll start with number one. I've had feedback from people after this came out on Friday, and they're concerned they like the idea of a detox and rehab facility in partnership with the nonprofit society, but they're not happy with the nonprofits that are currently operating in the Cowichan Valley. We're getting millions and millions of dollars in the Cowichan Valley for these nonprofits and things are getting worse. They would like to actually hook up with, Lookout is doing, they've got a great job with the hub, and that's because of the management on site. They're not doing a very good job on Paddle Road or also with the OPS site. We all see what's happening around there. The recommendation I got from a few people was if we're going to do this, we hook up with the nonprofit society, the Last Door Society. I've talked to people, I know people that have gone through this, have 20, 24 years sober now, or drug dealing with Last Door. They find them a very credible organization. But the local organizations, nonprofits, like I say we get millions and millions of dollars into our community, but things are getting worse. So that's what I would like to see. Number one is if the nonprofit, we hook up with Last Door and see if they'll. I know, Mr. Mayor, you did suggest to them maybe if they can partner up or to help us out in our region, and I think that's a great recommendation to hook up with Last Door.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Manhouse. I did discuss with them when we were at UBCM the potential of partnering up with us. what they indicate is they're not really interested in doing satellite locations, but they are available to provide guidance to us and advice on how to move forward. So I think we've got some great connections there. They got a very effective model, and I anticipate Mr. Swaby, or if we do hire a social planner, would be reaching out to them for some information.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, if this motion does pass, staff would return to council with a process in which we would seek direction on how to proceed with calling for proposals for a society to manage this. So that'll come back to council.
Councillor Kelly, you want to move number 1?
I'm just wondering if I could ask for the mayor's indulgence and the council's indulgence, because everybody got to speak broadly on all the.
Of course, yeah.
And I did
Councillor
not.
Manhas said he was going to talk to number 1, and he spoke broadly, so go for it.
Well, would that be okay, or is that?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd just like to say that, you know, every single day that I'm out in the community, just like yourself, Mayor Douglas, that I hear about the homeless situation and not homeless situation, but the drug situation and the homelessness. It's, like you said, it's the number one concern of most of our residents in North Cowichan, and in the city of Duncan. You know, this has all been downloaded to us by provincial government. This is not really what we as a municipality should be dealing with, but unfortunately, because it's on our doorstep and every other community's doorstep, we have to. I mean, being at the UBCM, almost every person from every community I spoke to there was probably the number one thing on their mind was the homeless situation in their region where they came from. You know, I support broadly all these, you know, recommendations in here, and I think that, you know, the report that came forth from Mr. Swaby and staff was excellent. You know, do I agree with, you know, the funding situations that they are? Should our taxpayers be paying for this stuff? I don't think they should be paying for any of them, but the thing is, unfortunately for us, it's on our doorstep. You know, like for the social planner, absolutely we need a social planner. But at the cost of what that's gonna be, you know, is it money well spent? Probably it is money well spent, but it's something that our provincial government, and if we could get a grant for something like that, that is, you know, something that they should be helping us with. And I know that when we were at the UBCM and you as the mayor spoke to the ministers and to Premier Eby, it was the number one, you know, priority that you brought forward, and they seem to be very receptive to, you know, your, you know, comments. And the thing is that, you know, all this stuff and is something that we have to work towards, and I believe that we need to have all this stuff right now. So I'm in support of these. I wasn't coming into this meeting, but I am now, and I think that we need to have and advocate more. I don't know how we can, but we need to advocate more to get provincial funding and federal government funding to help us with the costs of all this homelessness and unlawfulness that's been, you know, that's happening on our streets. You know, setting fire to businesses and like Councillor Manhas said, I mean, there's businesses that have closed because of what's going on in the corridor, and I have total empathy for every business owner that's in that area. But I also have empathy for the people who are on the streets there. And enough said.
Thanks, Councillor Kelly. Do we want to move? Oh, Councillor Finlay, over to you.
I'm not going to speak broadly on this because I want to carry on, but what I'd like to do is move number 1. Recommendation to develop a detox and/or rehab facility proposal in partnership with a nonprofit society and submitted to the province as a funding request. And then I'd like to speak to that.
Second it and speak to it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I agree with what Councillor Manhas had talked about and Mr. Swaby, thanks for advising that you're going to bring this back to us, because I think if if and when we do this, and hopefully there's some public engagement on do we want a detox or rehab center in our community, which Councillor Toporowski alluded to, but making sure that we are partnering with a nonprofit that has significant success in this area, because just throwing it up to nonprofits, which obviously I know we're not going to do, but we got to make sure that the group that does step forward and we choose has significant success rates when it comes to detox and rehab. Thanks.
Councillor Toporowski.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so just on going again to look at what's already existing in our valley. I know when I spoke to Cindy Lise yesterday about, and I got it confused, I kept calling it the TAC team, but there was a task force that was formed, so that's where I got confused with the community team that's going to be coming to speak to us soon. So we're trying to set that up. But also looking at what we already have in our community, they advocated at that time there was 1 to 4 beds for detox. Not in Cowichan Valley. I was just reading here that, you know, you can go as far as Campbell River or something. So, and can you imagine how many people have to wait? Some people have to come off their drug or alcohol, whatever the poison that's in their body. Cutting out cold turkey is not something that is very safe for someone. Medication, like there's people that have been injured taking medication, need the proper detox. We do have a facility that's, I don't know if it's up and running yet, at Cowichan Tribes, and they were at the time of former Chief Seymour asking for detox beds, and that facility has approved to have some put on the site. But also we need to, with this planner that we're thinking about hiring, is looking at those options as well. I think 1 through 6 will probably be something that we can agree in principle of having that planner come and look at those options and come back to us. So I don't know, that's just my thought. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Toporowski. Ready to call the question? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to recommendation number 2. Would someone like Councillor Finlay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move recommendation number 2, but could we alter the word minimizes to stops, or it's not strong enough. I think when we're talking about open drug use in parks and adjacent to school properties, so can we alter that word to give staff direction to ensure that the bylaws that we're strengthening have teeth, more teeth than potentially this has?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Swaby. I believe the wording is deliberate because this could end up being a situation where we're ticketing certain individuals, in which case there may be, it may help minimize it, but can actually prohibit these actions. Mr. Swaby, would you like to speak to that?
I just, if you recall the workshop where we talked about kind of the legal aspects of an open use drug bylaw, I think that I can refresh your memory at a closed meeting, but they really do have some challenges associated with enforcement. So we'll do our best to provide a bylaw that is in line with the new provincial requirements for separation from parks in the school. And it'll have as much teeth as the legislation allows once you write it. It's not going to, there's sort of black and white. There's no sort of gray area on how you would write that bylaw.
Councillor Manhas, then Councillor Toporowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I think something wording where, that minimizes public exposure to drug use should be similar to something where children may be present. I don't think the provincial guidelines go far enough, because right now you can have a park in their guidelines, say Evans Park, the ballpark. See, if this playground for children in that park is 15 meters away from the playground, not in the whole park, right? So you can still be in the park and just step over another yard, 16 yards, and openly shoot up in front of kids, right? Which I think we need to be stronger on that. It should be a playground or the park itself, and not just 15 meters from the playground.
Mr. Mayor, now I think I understand a little bit better. You'll have an opportunity to review the bylaw for sure, and we will consult with the school district. They already have lobbied the province for what they believe is an adequate setback from schools, and we'll bring that forward as part of the bylaw for council to consider.
It's a great point from Mr. Swaby. All these recommendations here, we're not locked into the exact wording. There will be subsequent decision points for council to either provide more detail or provide greater direction. I've got Councillor Toporowski, then Councillor Justice.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the wording of this number 2 about the strengthening of the bylaw of the safety and community, it's worded as carefully as can be, because other areas have tried to pass something similar to this and they have been stopped by the government. To the point of Mr. Swaby talking about School District 79, I did read yesterday on my searching on the web, but don't ask me where I found it. I think I read 600 meters is what the School District 79 had passed. 600 or 300?
600, that was in the correspondence from August.
Yes, that's where I read it. That's right, thank you. So I think that, you know, some community members are saying good luck with this one, but I'm willing to try to see how far we get with this, and if we can have this come back to us, as we said it later, this isn't written in stone, it's going to come back, and we may be able to strengthen that bylaw of as Mr. Swaby had mentioned. Thank you.
Councillor Justice.
Mr. Mayor, has this motion been moved and seconded?
Councillor Finley sort of moved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's been moved and seconded. I think there's an understanding around the table that there will be an opportunity to potentially strengthen it depending on what's presented to council. Yeah.
I would actually like to propose an amendment to the wording of the motion. And my proposal is that we add, well, I'll read, it says strengthen all bylaws that support enforcing safety for the community and prepare an open drug use bylaw that minimizes public exposure to open drug use in parks and adjacent to school properties. I would like to add the words, while continuing to provide support aimed at saving lives of some of the most vulnerable people in our community who use drugs.
All right, the amendment's been moved. Is there a seconder? Okay. Okay, instead of guessing, how about we let Councillor Justice explain the intent?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have two issues here, right? First, community members are dying. And second, both drug use and our desperate policy measures attempting to keep people from dying are causing a lot of street disorder that's causing problems for the rest of the community. So we have those two problems that we need to solve simultaneously. So for sure, decriminalization should not be permission to use drugs openly in the presence of school kids, use parks and make parks feel dangerous to the rest of the community. I think it goes without saying that everybody deserves to feel safe in their community, especially kids. But we also need to keep in mind that one aspect of the street problem related to decriminalization is actually a complex response to the toxic drug crisis. And we're trying to keep people from dying by creating an environment where people can actually use drugs in a place where they're not going to overdose inside. So I think adding that phrase gives direction to staff to to focus on both of the problems simultaneously, the amelioration of the street disorder problem, but also keeping in mind that the street disorder problem is related to trying to keep people from dying, right? We need to come at this from a place of compassion, both for our community members and for people who are at risk of dying of the toxic drug crisis. So I think adding those words just to remind us that there's two purposes to this would be a helpful thing.
I'm going to turn to Councillor Manhas, but Councillor Justice, could you just read out the wording one more time?
Yep, I've also sent it to our corporate officer, and the wording I'm suggesting is adding, while continuing to provide support aimed at saving lives of some of the most vulnerable people in our community who use drugs.
All right, Councillor Manhas, over to you.
I think this defeats the intent of defeats the intent of the original motion. I think because right now the intent of the original motion is to minimize our kids from being exposed to this around schools and parks, and by adding that to by amending this motion, it says that's okay. Then that's okay. You can still do drugs because it'll, if it's going to save your life here, you can do drugs right here. I think this is defeats the motion, the intent of the original motion.
Councillor Finlay.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Manhas. I think the language, and sorry, I'm going to look at your computer just so I can remind myself here, Councillor Justice. While continuing to provide support, that's not our job. It's not Bala's job. That's Allen Health's job. That's the province's job. So I think Councillor Manhas might be right here in that it's kind of defeating the intent to strengthen the bylaws to protect our community and especially the kids around the schools.
Councillor Kalia.
While I agree with Councillor Justice's feelings on adding this to the bylaw, I'm also in agreement with Councillor Manhas and Finlay in that, is that I think that what we need to do is, in this bylaw, is speak to the people out there who are being, forgotten in the shuffle of the homeless and toxic drug situation in our valley. And I have total empathy for the homeless and the toxic drug use in the Cowichan Valley and in North Cowichan, and particularly on York Street in front of the OPS. But I think this speaks to keeping drug use out of parks and schoolyards, and so that I think, adding it to it, I wouldn't say it waters it down, but it changes the meaning or the feel of the motion, in that now it's more about, it's also about helping the homeless and toxic drug use. But I mean, we have to have support for those people, and I have total support for those people. 4,903 people died between 21 and 22. Over 10,000 people have died from toxic drug use in BC since it started, and it was declared a drug crisis in BC in 2016. So I don't support the motion. Thank you.
The amendment, yes, amendment to the
I
motion.
don't support the amendment to the motion.
Councillor Toporowski, then Councillor Stash.
Stash will probably make me change my mind. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. Yeah, so I like what staff recommended, and I'm going to go with the recommendation. I do hear and see what you're trying to do, Councillor Justice, but I'm going to not support the amendment and go with the recommendation from the staff. I know from being down at the OPS doing the blessing ceremony, actually witnessing not the volunteers, the staff, and some people that were on the sidewalk that an incident happened while we were there. So I think that will just be automatic to the staff people that are around and the people that have taken the training for the naloxone that is happening. And I'd never ever thought that I'd ever say that in my whole lifetime, that, you know, saving someone on the street, you're carrying around a kit that's this size to try to save someone. You know, I just never thought I'd ever be hearing or witnessing that happening in our community, but it is. And I won't support that motion. I think that this is happening, and I will support the original motion put forward from the staff. Thank you.
Councillor Stash.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to point out one thing here. That I didn't have anything to add, but I would like to point out that I think my fellow councillors are missing that there's actually two parts to this. That doesn't word as one, that it's drug use in parks and adjacent school properties. It said the first half is all bylaws for public safety, and the second half is drug use in parks and adjacent school properties. All the amendment says is to be mindful that the first goal is to stop having people dying, and part of that is the decriminalization and open use to help people survive immediately. And all Councillor Justice is doing is asking us to be mindful in that other portion of those bylaws. He isn't saying that you shouldn't target the parks and the school properties strictly and quickly in the crisis that is that most safety is for kids. What he's saying is that the first sentence, strengthen all bylaws, be mindful for the people dying. We're talking about a four pillars approach. If we aren't adding that context in there, we're ignoring the four-pillar approach, and we're strictly going to an authoritarian approach. And we know that enforcing jail and bylaws just to move people on isn't dealing with that. So this is merely just to keep, as Councillor, every time you spoke, Councillor Finley, you've said empathy and compassion. This is just saying to make sure that those are rooted in there. It isn't saying you won't take action. So everything we do at this council table should always be rooted in empathy and compassion, and that's all Councillor Justice is asking for. To have that, the context when you create bylaws, that you're being mindful of that. Not that it supersedes the intent and the safety of others, but that at least that is the root of everything we're experiencing, is about the true crisis. It is the single largest crisis in the province and in our community. People are dying. I understand children are at risk. I understand that the cleanliness is at risk. My business at risk. Your money's at risk. But lives are at risk. So that's all he's asking, is for us to be mindful of that. So I think we can change our vote to support that, just to say you're being mindful of it. He's not saying you will not enforce people putting children at risk.
Okay, Councillor Manhas, and then once we're done number 2, we got 5 more recommendations to go through.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just cannot support this amendment because it defeats the intent of the motion. Our main motion is to keep people safe, kids out of things, and that's my main priority right now, is to keep people safe. We got people that are on naloxone. Fire department comes out 5 times. We revive the same person. One is enough.
You know, before we wrap this up, I'm going to turn to staff, because I think we're making assumptions about what's going to happen if this amendment is passed. Mr. Swaby, could you comment on, does this create any confusion in terms of direction of staff on how to move forward with these new bylaws or changes to existing bylaws?
No.
All right. So I'll call the question on the amendment. All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Finley, Manhas, and Callio opposed. The amendment carries. So now we'll vote on the motion as amended. All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Manhas, Finley, and Callio opposed. The motion carries. We now move on to recommendation number 3. Would someone like to move it? Moved by Councillor Finley, seconded by Councillor Toporowski. Any discussion?
Look, I said now I know where our priorities are. It's not the children.
Yeah, that's not a fair comment at all. That's not a fair comment. A child who goes to that school, so that those kind of personal attacks on us are not fair at all. Yeah, and you shouldn't be saying that. It's disrespectful to all of us. Yes, it is disrespectful to all of us. It's saying we don't care about the children here, and I'm the only one with a child who's actually going to that school. So your comment is out of line.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm rolling you out of order.
No,
You're out of order. Move it. No, you're out of order. I'm telling you right now, you're out of order. Okay, we're moving on to item 3. It's been moved and seconded.
Mr. Mayor, I just have some questions with staff. Does this Somnos committee cost us any money, or is this a volunteer committee, or how does, I didn't know what it was when it existed in the first place, so I'm just curious about that.
I'll ask Mr. Swaby to elaborate on that one a bit.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. This is a result of us helping monitor the cleanups of encampments in the marsh. We realized that we didn't have the resources to actually do, and we aren't going onto the property to do regular patrols. And I was reminded by some of the nonprofits that we used to meet, and that they're spending upwards of $60,000 to $80,000 a year on cleanups. And maybe there's an opportunity through discussions back at this committee that we can find ways to partner that'll help provide some funding for more resources to help them with the actual patrols in the marsh. Be more proactive than reactive to what's happening. So this is an opportunity to get back to having good conversations about how things are going, because they aren't going well right now in the marsh.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. Apparently this is one of the committees that I was on, but I haven't been to a meeting yet because during COVID, they basically got shut down. So this isn't a new committee. This is something that already existed that kind of disappeared because of the fact that we went through the COVID crisis. And so I'm in favor of this.
Thanks. Any further questions, Councillor Finley? Okay. All right. Ready to call the question? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to number 4. Would someone like to move the recommendation or amended version of it? Moved by Councillor Toporowski, seconded by Councillor Callio. Any discussion? Councillor Callio, you look like you're reading it close, or Finley, you look like you're reading it closest. I'm going to give you a chance to.
So just so I understand, this is us developing a formal request to get more funds for more services.
Yeah, and
basically wraparound services to help with the situation.
I'll turn to Mr. Swaby to elaborate on it. We have had meetings, for example, with Island Health to get a better understanding of what services they're currently offering in terms of mental health and addictions. And yeah, the better informed we are of that and working with them, we could be in a position to put forward some kind of sort of formal request or have them put forward some sort of formal request to the province to enhance some of those services. All right, any further discussion? No? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to number 5. Would someone like to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Toporowski, seconded by Councillor Estache. Councillor Manhas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When it says downtown core, we don't have a downtown core, Mr. Swaby. What do you mean by that?
Slip up in wording, I meant the corridor. We would certainly use it for other areas as needed, such as downtown Chemainus or downtown Crofton, but I meant specifically the corridor, that we need some help with, we need to provide some help in cleaning up some of the public areas.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment?
No, just follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll make the friendly amendment that it's a corridor cleanup team rather than.
Do you want to put corridor area, maybe?
Corridor area.
I don't know.
Sure.
That works for you.
Yeah, whatever works for everybody.
You can take the corridor right out and just call it a clean team.
You want to just go for a clean team?
Clean team, yeah, because it could be used all over the region. Sorry, North Cowichan.
Do you want to move that to get it on the floor, Councillor Manhas, and we can discuss it?
I'll move that.
Okay, move. Seconded. Over to you, Councillor Manhas.
The hub actually on Trunk Road, they do have a cleanup team that they go around the corridor and they do a great job actually, and that's why that place works so well, because of the management it's a on-site management, and they make these guys, okay, you place to, and they feel good. They go around, they clean up around front businesses, so I would like to see this also tell Lookout to do it here too, to Paddle Road and the other, and around the OPS site. Because they get, and so it makes them, okay, we're getting accommodation, and we're getting meals, and this is the way they give back to the community.
Councillor Calio?
I think Mr. Swaby said earlier that none of this is written in stone. This is not the actual wording that will be in the bylaws that are made. But they're coming back to council staff with the bylaws written so that we'll actually get the proper wording, right?
Yeah, as my understanding, and I'll turn to Mr. Swaby to elaborate, this would come back as a like a supplemental for the budget discussions, and at that point there would be more detail on exactly what this would look like.
Yes, this would be a higher service level for the operations department or parks operations department, either one of them, to have a team that would be focused on some of the cleaning in areas that need it in the corridor area.
Yeah, follow up, and then I'll go to Councillor Finley.
I'd just like to call the question.
I think Councillor Finley really wanted to ask something.
He cut me off earlier.
Just super quick question. This isn't us approving the clean team. It's to search for funding opportunities for the clean team.
It's to refer it to the budget, and we'll insert it into the business planning. At that time, you can pull it out if you are not happy with it.
Thank you.
Yeah, in my experience, that Councillor Finley, as we saw last year, depends on what the overall budget looks like, that we start getting selective on which initiatives we're going to include as new items. All right, ready to call the question? All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to item 6. Would someone move by Councillor Finley, seconded by Councillor Calio? Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. We'll now move on to item 7. Moved by Councillor Justice, seconded by Councillor Toporowski.
Mr. Mayor, what I was hoping to do is ask whether we could just move it slightly differently, so that rather than referring the issue of hiring a social planner to the 2024 budget deliberations, actually give budget pre-approval for the hiring of a social planner, so that we can get that thing going.
Ms. May, can we treat that as the motion? Because I think when Councillor Justice's hand went up, he was actually wanted to talk rather than. Okay. That's the motion. Does someone want to second the motion? Seconded by Councillor Stash. So again, it's, pre-approval for this position. So I'll give you first crack at speaking to it as you moved it.
So I've already really said my piece about it. I think it's a position that would get in place really quickly, can help us with all of those other measures. And just to go to something that Councillor Calio said earlier, we really need to find provincial and federal money to help us pay for this. And I think a social planner is key to making sure that we're successful at that. And in fact, all of the other things that are there on that list. So anyway, I think we should move on that as soon as we possibly can.
All right, Councillor Finley, you're next.
I actually disagree with that idea, just because we're talking about all these thousands and thousands of dollars just today, with $76,000 for a bylaw officer and $60,000 for a review of the fire department, and now we're talking about a hiring of a social planner for $120,000, give or take. I think we should see what our budget looks like before we approve this, and I think we should stick with the staff recommendation to move it to budget deliberations. So I'm not going to vote in favor of the motion, because I think the suggestion by Mr. Swaby and the staff is the right suggestion right now.
Councillor Manhas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Finley. As I was going to say, I think with this, be $250,000 in pre-budget approvals. I think that's $250,000. That's way too much to just do on the fly. I think we have to look at our total budget. It's going to be a tough budget year, and also we have 53 nonprofits working in this field. what are they doing? You know, should be something coming out of the social plan. We have social plan in Cowichan, it's $50,000 from the CVRD. What results are we getting? Like, you know, for social plan, I'm just mystified by this, by going pre-budget for this.
Councillor Toporowski, and Councillor Callio, did your hand come up too? Okay, Councillor Toporowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I was trying to let everybody go first, but anyways. Yeah, social plan Cowichan does get $50,000 a year from CVRD, as Cindy Lacey had mentioned. I did look up again on the website. I looked at all of these, you know, action teams, community outreach that we have in our community, and we do have a lot. But I think that what Mr. Swaby had mentioned earlier, it's about coordinating the RCMP, the Island Health, the CAT, the Healthy Communities and Overdose Vancouver Island Health team that has already been doing some of this work, along with Social Planning Cowichan, that has done an updated on data of, because, you know, governments love data. They want to know how many people are homeless, how many, you know, all of the stuff. They need this information in order to fund. And I think that's the other thing too, of having the social planner come in, look at all of the stuff that we have here, what exists, and putting all of those pieces together for the bigger picture, because we keep looking at responding and reacting instead of coming up with a plan for a long term. Yes, it's going to cost us a lot of money. I know. And I think, you know, in California and down in Seattle, they were saying how many millions of dollars they have already spent. I agree with you on that. But I think this is part of where we can have that social planner come in and say, or where are we going to target those dollars to what we need for the help? And I think we, you know, and it's arm's length from us around the table here, because that person will have no agenda other than looking at the best options for us to decide on when we're going forward, and then we can go from there. Thank you.
Councillor Stash and Councillor Finlay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question on, and also maybe a little bit of historical education. With the social planner, would they be able, through those, working with the different groups and working with the province and the different, with Island Health and Canadian Mental Health and the RCMP, all the different groups, also be looking at facility locations? I know it's a weird geographic layout to the corridor and North Cowichan and Duncan, and where commercial areas and school areas are. There's no clear area that's the best place. But would that be one of the aspects that a social planner would do, is look at, you know, do we need to look at relocation of places or different facilities, or what's best suited? Because right now, these discussions are probably having in all the silos, and maybe that social planner right there could find that there's a better location for one of the services, can facilitate that move, and then that move might then actually decrease some of our other costs elsewhere. Maybe, you know, in the perfect world, maybe some of our bylaw costs would, well, even cost to business owners would be reduced in other areas.
Yeah, I would envision that would, if that's a council priority, and we certainly highlighted that as a priority when we met with the Premier, but I will turn to Mr. Swaby, whether you see that as part of the role of the social planner.
Yeah, I would remind us what happened during COVID, and John Horn, he wasn't the social planner for anyone, he was the CEO for Cowichan Housing, but he took on the role of coordinating where the homelessness camps could be during COVID, and that's exactly what he was able to meet with all the jurisdictions. He met with the province, and he facilitated the entire relocation of all the homeless to these camps.
Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. As I said, I'm not in favor of this, but if this is a plan going forward in 2024, and this person seems to be, you know, utilizing or taking a portion of job responsibility off some of these nonprofits, would we then potentially consider limiting some of our funding to some of these nonprofits that have been doing some of these jobs in our community to help pay for this social planner going forward.
I think that if we were to take that approach, it would be probably at the CVRD board that provides the grants for the various functions for some of these groups. But yeah, to my knowledge, we wouldn't be in a position to make that decision like that at this table. All right, any further discussion on the motion on the floor? The motion is to grant pre-approval for hiring the social planner. Councillor Justice, do you want to read out the exact wording again, just so we're all 100% clear on it?
Yeah, I can do that. This is what I have. That council provide pre-budget approval to hire a social planner.
Ready for the question? All in favor? And opposed? Councillors Finley, Callio, and Manhas opposed. The motion carries. We'll now move on to, so that about does it for reports. We can now move on. Yeah? Councillor Callio?
I thought we were just voting on Councillor Justice's motion to 7. Yes, I know, but are we not going to vote on, he's amended it, isn't that what that was, an amendment?
No, he moved it as an amended motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he put his hand up, and sorry, I gotta have the microphone on. I thought he was moving the recommendation, but he was trying to move his amended version of the recommendation.
So they were both lumped together.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to change your?
I realize what the amendment was, but normally does not an amendment to something get voted on first and then the actual
I think
thing being
typically
amended would be voted on the second time?
Typically, you could move, and I'll ask Ms. May to weigh in on this as well, but typically you could move the staff recommendation, you could remove another alternative, or you can just kind of move, some motion you've crafted.
It's just that I was for this, but I wasn't for the pre.
We can, I don't know if do you want to change the record of your vote? We can.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
We can re-vote on it if you like. Okay. Anything to add? Good.
Yeah, are we clear?
Now to unfinished business, item 10.1, and I'll turn to Ms. May.
Okay, thank you. So item 10.1, the OCP amendment bylaw number 3914 and zoning amendment bylaw number 3915 are before council for consideration. A staff recommendation has not been provided. Council's options are to adopt a motion to give second reading to the bylaws and proceed to a public hearing, or defeat the motion that's on the floor, which would essentially deny the zoning application.
Councillor Finley.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pass the motion to give second reading to the official community plan amendment bylaw and the zoning amendment bylaw.
All right, so it's been moved. We have a seconder, seconded by Councillor Stash. Any discussion? Councillor Stash?
I actually want to speak to this one. As I said, we had our public hearings last week and some different zoning requests and subdivisions requests. This one, the discussions we've had on this one, and with it keep coming back about looking at these pre-existing plans that have been coming to council for adoption of developments. I think where we're at, it's brought some really good education to the development community of where we're going with our affordable housing policy and where we're going with our new DCCs and community contributions, knowing where we're going with the zoning bylaws, and all those things are to support where we are at with the OCP. On this one, though, it's a little bit, I wanted to look at where we are with showing that also respect to where things were in stream, and also balancing the need of housing immediately and developers that are ready to work with us at the same time thinking about what the land economist said last time of we need to look at the ability to raise capital right now for builders and the constraints they're under. Absolutely, does this one meet all the affordable housing targets? I don't think it's quite there. I actually would have hoped this would have come back with a bit more. I'm still, again, on the fence. I really want to support the motion as Councillor Finley made, and that's why I seconded it, because I want to see this go through as soon as possible, and I don't want us to keep delaying, because Crofton especially is a community, we need housing. Will this be all market housing? Yes, that's why he's paying the in lieu for the housing, which goes into our affordable housing fund, which helps us do other partnership projects where we can create true subsidized housing without putting the entire burden on the developer. So I'd actually like to hear the rest of council weigh in on this to convince me on one way or the other, because I'd really like to support the developer on this one, because without them, these type of developments don't happen. Crofton is in a designated core area. We've had the discussion many times, the last 2 times this has come to council, and I really don't want to see it kick back, because that's one thing we all as council said, we want to speed up development approvals and processes, and I don't want to delay it any further. So I just wanted to speak first on that quickly to hear what my colleagues around the table here have to say.
Councillor Justice.
I'll take a bit of a stab at it. So you know from our past discussions that I'm not in favor of this for a number of reasons, but now in response to our resolution last time that staff negotiate a more reasonable affordable housing commitment, the proponent has essentially refused to negotiate and has proposed no monetary increase, but has offered 2 things which staff basically see as untenable, problematic, or unachievable in some ways, according to the staff report. So, I mean, in my view, the affordable housing contribution as it stands is really insufficient, and does really nothing to convince me that the community in sum is adequately benefiting from this development. And I think, I look at the value of the land lift alone, going back to our economist George Barker and his suggestion that we, should be capturing, our communities ought to be capturing somewhere like half or 3/4 of the land lift. I would argue 100% myself, because it's, we can talk about that up some other time. But I think we're, the value of the land lift alone just absolutely dwarfs this small contribution to affordable housing. So I believe the developer stands to make vast amounts of money from this development, and the municipality will incur costs both in infrastructure and servicing. And I just don't think this is a great deal for the community in a financial sense, despite whether, the different issue, whether Crofton needs the housing. I'm just saying, like, as a financial deal, I don't think this makes any sense. And I think that this is a windfall for the developer with no benefits to or few benefits to the community. And I guess the other point that I would make is, we're negotiating this at a point in time. And the point in time is one that's really difficult for development because of the costs of materials, and because of the shortage of labor, and because of the interest rates and all those other things. And so we're in a position where we're sort of, well, yeah, we'll take, whatever you can give us, relax our affordable housing thing. But you know what? We can approve this thing, and the day after it can get sold without being built at a huge profit, a huge windfall. Or maybe they sit on it for 10 years and we don't see any housing until building environment becomes favorable. So there's no guarantee that we're actually going to get that needed housing. But what we are going to do is lock into a very meager affordable housing contribution. And that's my new perspective on it.
Councillor Manas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your new perspective on this, Councillor Justice. No, I'm ready to move forward with this. I think, you know, like, it's been going on way too long. And it's unfortunate again that this property was got bumped out of the OCP. And this will add additional attainable housing. I say attainable housing because I think for the working people housing, it's not affordable housing, but be attainable housing. I think especially in Crofton where I think prices will be lower than, in my opinion, lower than up in the properties or other places. And it's a great place to raise your kids in Crofton, grow the community, and I think this is a great project for that area. I'm ready to vote on it.
Councillor Callion, then I'd like to jump in with a question for staff.
I hear what you're saying, Councillor Justice, and I hear what you're saying, Councillor Eustache. I look at this project and yeah, you know what? The developer might not do it. I mean, that's the risk you take at any time you rezone or do any kind of zoning changes. You just don't know what they're going to do, and you have to take a chance on some things in life and in our community. And if you look at where they want to build this and its location, it's right next door to all the services we got. I don't know how much cheaper it could be for the municipality to, you know, they're going to put in all the infrastructure in the beginning, and yes, we'll have to maintain that. But right down the road is an amazing park and one of the facilities, pool facilities in our valley. It's walkable to town. It's exactly what, you know, Councillor Eustache speaks about, the 15-minute community, and you know, it fits, to me, it fits right into this community. It's almost like a puzzle piece that's going to be finish the puzzle. To me, it just makes sense. And is it perfect? Well, no, it's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. There's problems with any development or moving forward, and there's traffic and there's construction noise and all that. But, you know, I think we need to take the risk, and I'm for this development.
Councillor, you want to go, and I'll ask my question staff after? Or? Just, yeah, speak, and I'll ask afterwards.
I think everybody knows where I am on this. And again, just commenting that if this was 14 months ago, this wouldn't even be here because it was in the UCB. This is much needed housing. The developer is eager to get started. I've met the developer several times. I don't believe he's going to flip the land. I don't think the land's going to sit. I think this is going to be a nice little addition to Crofton in the location it is. You know, with values that, as Councillor Mann has said, are attainable. Are they market? Yeah, but they're the lower end of the market. And I think that's absolutely what we need in our community, and it's ideally set up. The services are at the lot lines. The extension of Robert Street was always expected. Sorry, not Robert Chaplin Street was always expected to connect through, and I think it's just a jewel in the crown once we get this done. So obviously, I'm in favor of seeing this project move forward.
I'll turn to you in a moment, Councillor Toporowski. The one question I had for staff was in the last council meeting when this proposal was last before us. We gave first reading and a direction to negotiate with the developer. Could you give a summary of how those discussions transpired between the last time we discussed this item and up until tonight's meeting?
Yes, to respond to the question, following the last council meeting, we did get in touch with the applicant and extended out an invitation to meet. We did get the letter in response, so there wasn't any meeting or negotiation per se. It was a proposal that we've put before council, so that was the extent of it.
So no desire to negotiate?
Yeah,
on that particular item, I mean, I recognize there was the letter with the two additional commitments that were put forward, but with regards to the actual affordable housing contribution.
Yeah, there wasn't a discussion back and forth between staff and the applicant, so it wasn't what you think of as a negotiation.
All right. Councillor Toporowski.
Before the motion is voted on, can it be reread again, please? I see what's on our printed out version here and then what's in our agenda. So I just wanted to make clearly what I'm voting on. Thank you.
I'll turn to Ms. May.
Mr. Mayor, what I heard was that council gives second reading to official community plan amendment bylaw number 3914-2023 and gives second reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 3915-2023. The third portion was not moved and seconded, but we can do that after if necessary.
All right. Any further discussion from council? Councillor Stash?
So Councillor Finley's original motion wasn't to get, do all three? No. Or was that just missed because they're on 2 pages?
That was missed because it's on 2 pages, so. Yeah, so 1, 2, and 3, to accept the applicant's updated offer for community amenity contributions as well.
All right.
And authorize public hearing?
Yes.
So that moved.
I seconded it, but assumption I didn't hear 1, 2, I thought it was 3, because it is split on 2 pages on our.
So it's moved and seconded, can we treat it as part of it? All right.
So that's clarity for Councillor Toporowski, that was 1 through 3.
All right. Yeah, I'd like to offer my own thoughts on this. I think Councillor Justice hit on a good point in terms of the land lift. We did just have a workshop on this whole concept of land lifts with a land economist who is providing us with advice on developing our affordable housing policy and action plan and our community amenity contributions policy. And as that land economist explained, that when these applications come forward and there's a change in the zoning, in this case from rural A2 to residential and 2-family R3 and R3 MF residential density multifamily, there is typically a significant increase in the land value. And the standard practice in many other municipalities is to negotiate a percentage of that land lift, not the whole thing, but somewhere between 25 to 75%. I don't have the analysis. It wasn't provided to us on what the land lift will be with this particular property, but I think one can assume it would be quite significant to go from a rural zone lot to one that could potentially support up to 50 units as indicated in the staff report. Ideally, what I would like to see, and I know there's a reluctance probably to delay this because we have been discussing it for some time, but to send it over to the land economists that we're working with right now and get some analysis on this. We're not going into it blind, so that we know what would be an appropriate request to make with regards to the housing contribution. If you look at what staff is currently asking of the applicant, it is already a compromise. So the applicant had initially offered somewhere in the neighborhood of $57,000 to $60,000 contribution based on our draft affordable housing policy. We would normally be asking for $412,000 approximately for development of this size. And while our new affordable housing policy is being framed as this new requirement that we haven't typically required from developers, I think it's important to keep in mind that our old OCP, and our old OCP here is relevant because the applicant has asked to be judged in terms of the old urban containment boundary. So if we're going to assess this application looking at the old urban containment boundary, then we might want to consider the affordable housing policy from the old OCP as well. And just to read to you the wording from the old official community plan, section 2.5.2.3, the municipality requires that 10% of units with major projects, 10 units or more, incorporate an affordable housing requirement. So this whole notion that we've just created this whole new affordable housing policy that we haven't yet adopted, we're trying to impose it on developers. We have actually had a pretty strong policy on the books for over a decade. And it's also worth keeping in mind, as staff noted in the report, that just last year we approved a 370 plus unit development on Paddle Road where we did make the request for the 10% non-market housing units. The developer did accommodate that request on the condition that we provided some additional density. But there are, again, examples in our community where, these sort of policies have been requested by the municipality, and there's an understanding that that with the housing crisis we are facing, that through these major developments we are going to be looking for these sort of contributions. if you look at the staff report as well, in terms of the process for moving forward with an OCP amendment, it talks about looking at our housing needs assessment. So if you look at the last housing needs assessment for North Couch from 2021, and determined based on average sale prices, compared it to average household incomes, what it found was that with our single family dwellings, about 76% are out of reach for your households in North Couch, and townhomes out of reach for about 59%, and apartments out of reach for about 52%. Now mind you, this data is already dated. We've seen some fluctuations in the housing market since that time, but it highlights the fact that we are, as we all know, facing an affordability crisis. We're not going to solve that on our own as a municipality. We're not going to solve that through this one application, but I'd suggest we do have a responsibility to pursue, use what tools we have at our disposal to secure affordable housing. Obviously, the ideal for many of us would be to get those actual non-market units. But in the absence of that, the next best thing we're going to get is that cash contribution. And just to stress again that the developer has increased their affordable housing contribution they're prepared to offer. However, it's well short of what our staff are recommending. And again, what our staff are recommending is a compromise from what we are discussing implementing as part of our affordable housing policy. And I would suggest it's also a compromise from our old affordable housing policy that we had in place since 2011 for the 10% of units. So what I'd suggest to council, and my sense is this is probably going to move forward this evening, but I would like to send it back to staff and to work with the land economist who we've already retained to develop our community amenity contributions policy to provide some analysis on the land lift, so we have a better sense of what is possible in terms of requesting a cash contribution in lieu of those actual non-market housing units. Councillor Finlay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and just some comments on your comments. Initially staff asked for $250 and $500, so they've already gone up to $4,500 plus the donation of the land for the trail network, I believe it is. Interest carrying costs to build when this first came to our table were probably 4 to 6%, and now they're 9 to 15% construction interest rates to build. We've just passed EL3 and EL4, which is going to add, $6,000 to $12,000 per unit. So this by delaying any further, we could be adding more and more cost to this development when we're trying to make these units attainable. And I understand your position as far as land lift goes. I disagree with it 100%, but that's because I'm a developer. But I think we have to be reasonable in what we request here when it comes to a development that we absolutely need. And if we're going to get this housing accelerator fund, then we need to build 3,500 homes over the next 4 years, give or take. This is the first step, and I think we need to push this thing forward. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Your Worship, and just listening to everything you said there. Essentially, when we look at land lift costs, basically, if we pass this, there's no onus on the developer to develop at the land, and they've instantly generated a substantial profit just from us passing this to give a zoning amendment, an OCP amendment. Now they're sitting on land that's going to is now rezoned and has an OCP amendment, and so that makes me think that we're talking at $100,000 here. Is there any way to just go back and say it's approved if you pay $245? How does in previous best practices, what can we do something like that just to move this along rather than going back we want $245? Can we just say it's done at $245 rather than just messing around? Can we actually negotiate at the council table and make it happen?
I'm going to turn to staff. Is that an option?
Well, Mr. Mayor, it's always up to council to decide whether the package in front of you is the package that you want to approve. The applicant, through his actions, I assume, has indicated that this is as high as they can go. So now it's up to council to say it meets your objectives or it doesn't.
Councillor Justice.
Mr. Mayor, are you, I don't know whether you like to do this as a mayor, but you've suggested a referral. Are you making that motion, or would you like somebody to make that
I
motion?
could, I'd prefer somebody else make the motion, but yeah, the idea would be to refer back to staff to get some, get analysis on the land lift and how that might, affect, the community amenity contributions.
I'll try it out, but you'll have to help me with the words. So yeah, I'd like to, you just tell me what to say, I'll say it.
I'm looking at Miss May for some
Okay,
assistance.
so I'll just jump in here then. So currently you have a motion on the floor. And what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor, is that you want to basically postpone consideration of these readings until after you have worked with a land economist analysis to provide an analysis on the land lift or something to that effect. I didn't quite get it all, but is that
Yeah, I think that's
is that the
gist of
essence
it.
of what you're asking for? Because so in my my advice would be that would be the best way to move forward so that the motion is still alive moving forward. So you would basically postpone consideration, and it's best when you do that to pick a date that you want to postpone it to. I don't know if that's possible or until something happens. So we can postpone consideration until after we are provided an analysis by the land economist on the land lift.
I will have to, perhaps Mr. Swaby or Mr. Farkas could comment on what you anticipate the timelines would be for the land economists, recognizing that we are working with them already, but they do have a project they are assigned to.
Well, we don't know. Keep in mind that he's gonna want information that we don't have, and the applicant would have to provide that. Also keep in mind there's a risk that it could come in showing that the land lift is less than you think. And then the other issue is we'll have to pay for this through some fund.
Councillor Stash?
Yeah, just to follow up what I said was that, is there any risk or is there any way on the motion that we could do the motion so that I could support it today if we went saying it's, you get approved on 1, 2, and 3 at the contribution value as recommended by staff at $245,000, which is still a far cry of the requirement in the 2011 OCP. It was outlined in there, past practices of the previous councils all through back to 2011 was that there's 10% consideration over lots over 10 in size. So even at 245, that is far below that, and it's still a deal to the developer.
Mr. Mayor,
If I'm following it right, I'm trying to put together what the mayor had said and what I said.
I wouldn't dance on the head of the pin. I would reject the application. It hasn't met your needs. He's been clear that this is the maximum he can provide. He hasn't met your needs, then your option is to reject it.
We want to call the question?
So, your worship, is the question, is your motion, or sorry, Councillor Justice's motion on the floor currently then?
No.
It hasn't been moved, but I'm kind of losing my appetite for that motion as well. No.
So the only motion on the floor is the 3 that we moved previously.
I think we've discussed this a lot already over the last 3 months. We ready to call the question on moving forward? All right, all in favor? And opposed? Councillors Justice Toporowski and the mayor opposed. The motion carries. And we can now move on. So I don't think we pulled anything for new business. We'll now move on. Yeah, question period, of course. Yeah. So we'll now move on to question period. Are there any members on the... You could state your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Joyce Benson. I live on Drinkwater Road, North Cowichan, and I'd like to refer to the 8.2 Safer Corridor Improvement Strategies, please. And being directly involved in helping many of the people that are out on the streets, homeless and addicted, just through outreach, just local volunteers. I'd like to point out some of the basic needs that are missing, and that's from speaking to some of them even today. One young lady offered to come tonight with me to speak to it, but I didn't know how long it would be. So some of the basic needs that are missing in our community.
Oh, Ms. Benson, this is question period. Like,
Yes,
so-
that's my question. So I'm asking, where are the drug needle receptacles? I learned from her today they've all been removed. I did not know that. They used to be in front of the Wormland shelter in different locations. She told me they're all gone. And where are the garbage containers in North Cowichan? Again, York Road, Lewis Street area. She said she picks up garbage. I said, what do you do with it? But I've heard from people there's no place to put their garbage, so it would be really helpful to have garbage containers that are regularly emptied. And of course, washrooms. They don't have a place to use bathrooms many times. Another place, these are questions as to needs and where are they. Places to sleep other than sidewalks and parking lots. And extreme weather shelters. It'll be cold again very soon. Every year I call around to ask where. Not to turn people out at 7 a.m. in these extreme weather shelters with nowhere to go at that time of the cold morning. And where is safe lockup storage? I presently have a homeless man's belongings in the back of my car because he left them I help with Life on Wheels, which is the container beside the train tracks on Duncan Street across from the BC Access Centre. I just stopped by this afternoon and he had left his belongings there to go over to the food bank to get something to eat and didn't come back by the time they were locking up at 3. So I have them in my car. I went to the food bank, I called. They know where it is, so we'll hopefully connect tomorrow. Paddle Road supportive housing. Everybody may think that that's a provincial answer, wanting to use our provincial tax dollars, but they do allow drug use. And there are homeless people that will not stay there because of that very matter. And then locations, a location or locations are needed for RVs and trailers with hookups. I've mentioned this here at this counter before, with water hookups, power, sewer. And right now, as we all know, there are RVs and campers and stuff set up on Duncan Street down by Bumper to Bumper. Those people have nowhere to go. It would be good to have a spot that could be properly set up in North Cowichan. I even know of a spot that would work. Haven't talked to the property owner yet, but he's in real estate. Maybe he'd help. Let's see. The people that we help at Life on Wheels, and we're almost 3 years doing that. It's meeting their basic needs.
This leads into a question.
Okay. There is no safe place. I want to know, where is a safe place for homeless women to be at night? I picked up a lady last night because I was taking a fellow for his coffee to Tim Hortons, and she did not know where to go. And my question is, where could she go? I ended up having to drive her to the overdose prevention site just so there was other people around. So where can women be safe at night when they're homeless?
Great.
And that's it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Benson.
Long list.
I'll do my best, and I will turn to Mr. Swaby as well. Just with the last question about the where women can go. There is the Cowichan Women Against Violence Society, which
I phoned them. They were full.
Oh,
They have
okay.
no place right now. They're waiting for the one on Canada Avenue to finally be finished. Apparently there was a sinkhole in front of it again, or whatever. So there was no place. I did call around. I do know some of the connections. And one of the things this young lady's question to me today was, she said, so what we have is an overdose prevention site, but her question was, but it doesn't prevent overdose. Why? She said, there is a homeless shelter, but it doesn't provide shelter. Why? And there are resources that don't provide resources. Why? Those were her questions to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Benson. And with regards to the garbage containers missing and the containers for the needles, that's news to me, as you said it was to you, so we'll look into that and see what we can find out.
Say that again, I'm sorry?
You just mentioned with some of the garbage containers and the needle containers, you've just found out they've kind of gone missing, so
they've been gone a long time.
Yeah.
Yep. It was kind of like there was no crosswalk on Lewis Street between the ambulance and Kim Was, but now there is, I see finally. So that's good. But there's no garbage cans around there. So the people that are on the street say to me, we pick up garbage, but we've got nowhere to dump it anyway. So that would be helpful.
Yeah.
All right.
And with the extreme weather shelters, I know there have been some of the service providers meeting to discuss that, but I'll get an update and share that
I
with
know.
you.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
And I'll now just turn to IT staff and ask if there are any virtual attendees with their hands raised.
Mr. Mayor, there are currently no attendees.
All right, that concludes our business. I'll declare this meeting adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Who's that?